Ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome to APN iPad North, specifically day 2 is what we're going into here. And you've got me, Des, and I'm with who else but Tim. Tim, how are you doing this morning?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much. Looking forward to getting back into some APAC North. A nice little change of pace for us to get back to this side of the world.
Been dancing around, haven't we? Normally, obviously, anchored down over in EML. We've done a bit of Brazil recently, but APAC North is where our home started out in 2020. So without further ado, let's start taking a look at things and have a look at how standing shaped up after day 1. We've got 4 games to get through today. And of course, it's still early days, Tim, but I think it's fair to say that the expected suspects are the ones currently sat near the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think looking at the top half there, it's not going to be surprising to anybody, is it really? You know, those are the names that you'd probably have picked out beforehand. D plus Kira, of course, probably one of the biggest changes for the league so far this stage, being that they've got that Brazilian import roster that's come in. So interesting to see how they do as well, because it wasn't plain sailing for them against PSG Talon. But yeah, a couple of teams down there in the bottom half that can certainly make a move as well. So plenty of entertainment to come from this one.
Absolutely. I mean, we look at it, of course, over the last stage, and they finished themselves pretty high up. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things shape up for them. FearX, definitely that new kind of Korean super team that everyone is now quite afraid of. However, I'm sure you're also dying to know, well, Des, are any of these top teams playing against each other today? Let's take a look at the schedule and see what we've got coming up for you today, because there are some spicy ones. We're kicking things off with Kinotrope versus PSG Talon. Last stage around, PSG Talon did lose to Kinotrope. But I think their coach Joker declared Kinotrope a bit of a bank one-trick team. A little bit tongue-in-cheek there, but clearly they're not going to be going to that map today. They'll be trying something a little bit different. We've got D Plus coming up against Mer, and then Enterforce against FearX. That's going to be a good one. Before we end in the Japanese El Clasico, Tim, Kag versus Scars.
Yeah, it's always one that seemed to somehow line up with the end of the stage, didn't it? But this time we've got it nice and early. We're going to have these two going head-to-head, and I cannot wait for that last game of the day. Going to be a big one.
Absolutely. And of course, we can take a look at game 1. We've mentioned it already, Kinotrope versus PSG Talon. So let's take a little bit of a dive in, Tim, and see what's changed. As you'd expect between stages, you do often see the occasional roster change coming on through. Not quite as big as opposed to their side roster change at that. But for Kinotrope, they have got a small change. Sylvia, over on the far right-hand side of your screen, replaces Acerola, who has now retired. Happy retirement, my friend. But Sylvia, Tim, I'm quite excited about, because last stage, Sylvia was like on Enterforce, 9th highest rated player in the competition. Yeah, blew everyone away. And I remember this guy a couple of years ago. People were saying back when he was on, who was it before? North Eption. And they narrowly missed out from getting promoted into the top tier. Everyone was like, why isn't Sylvia getting picked up? And then 6 months later, that happens with Enterforce. Now he's over here.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting game day for Kinotrope today. Of course, going up against FearX in the first matchup was never going to be an easy start, and they got a little bit slammed 7-1. It was a tough one for them, so I don't think it's really fair to judge these players too much on that opening performance. Sylvia was somewhat shut down, although did well on the entry, so definitely one to keep an eye on. But Kawa was the one that was really sort of fighting the good fight against FearX last time out. They're going to need that performance again today, I think, from him as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Kawa, I remember when we were casting these guys, 18 months ago, was one of those players that we were always quietly very, very excited about. I really hope today he's got his carry pants on, because, as you say, they can't be having that 7-1 repeat of last time. Let's take a look, though, at our second team, of course, because you have to have 2 teams to tango here. Can't just have the one. PSG Talon. Wouldn't quite call it a fall from greatness, Tim, but they've had some high moments historically. We look back to when Fabian was on the team and then bringing down BDS at SI, for example. They were making headlines, but it's not quite been the same since he's departed. They're still trying to find their feet a little bit. And, of course, they've had a roster change here with Unsang joining them. Quite a big change versus when they've had previous players on the team. Yeah,
of course, Yas being the one to make way for Unsang, but I think ultimately they've still got those foundations that have been put in place. You know, a coach like Fabian is always going to come in and, you know, look at a structure, look at ways to do things. He's going to have been teaching a lot of fundamentals and, you know, imparting a lot of that knowledge. So it's still there. It's still within the team. The question is, what can they do with it? You know, how can they keep running? Again, a little bit of a tough start for them in week 1, but this is the game day for me for PSG Talon. This is the real judgment now to say, right, what are you going to give us in the league?
Yeah, at this point now, no, it's only until like that day 2. Bearing in mind there aren't too many teams in the competition you're going to have to worry about. Yeah, what do these results against, would you say, weaker opponents look like? And this is definitely going to be one of those. But Tim, our map is here and we're going to Cafe. Scrolling down through the stats here, this interestingly has been a permaban for PSG Talon for so long. Like, they're absolutely will not play map. It's by far and away their least favorite map. On the other side of things for Cafe, it's actually one of the favorites for Kinetropes. I think PSG Talon have come in here with a game plan to counter the other side, even though it was Kinetrope that chose to go to this map. This could be really interesting from PSG Talon.
Yeah, we're going to see whether they can play that kind of methodical gameplay that you need on Cafe. It's very much a clear this area, move on, take the checklist, get the next step done. You know, you want in specific areas of map control, so could be a fascinating one.
But both did play it in the last stage as well. For PSG Talon, they lost it against Scars. For Kinetrope, they came up against, double checking who it was, CAG. They lost that about 70 days ago, but as I said, they don't really ban this map. They do like playing it. It's just often in best of threes that it tends to come about as a decider rather than one they pick. But we are into things, Tim. Here we go with our operator vetoes, and we'll see what's being taken off the board to kick things off. It's going to be Mira and Ying taken away. PSG Talon almost kind of almost take away that lockdown operator. We speak an awful lot about the architects and how they can make good sites, great sites. I think on a map like this, where it can be hard as a team to push through some of those choke points, the Mirror being taken away definitely helps with that.
Ying as well going to be going on the other side. Such a valuable operator, as we know, when it comes to those executions, getting the plants down. So the defenders there, Kinetrope, wanting nothing to do with that. Raura is an interesting ban. His army is, you know, largely as expected. Very powerful for holding piano, particularly. It can be a real sticking point for attacking teams on this map. But Raura, not one that we see sort of too often. I'd say has proven useful in niche circumstances. You know, it tends to be very specific sites, very specific situations that we'll see Raura come in and use those barricades to be especially useful. So definitely a game plan coming in from Kinetrope here. I think something that they've seen. It doesn't tend to be the kind of operator that you just don't want to play against. So the Ying does. You know, you look at that and you think, yeah, you're always going to take a Ying ban. That's no problem. But Raura speaks to something a little bit more specific.
I was really curious that they played it last time around they played this map, and it was ran once by PSG Talon. It was Gotti who was running it when they were attacking in towards the basement site. So obviously not going to be a thing available to them here, but it feels like a very, very situational ban. Like, what I love about Raura and what we've often said, you and I, when speaking to coaches and stuff, and what we've heard from them, is it's not one of those must-pick every single site operators, but it's very situational for specific strats. Kind of like what Sens used to be before they got the buff, and now they're absolutely crazy, and everyone loves running Sens. But it just feels like a strong ban, one that's definitely very targeted at specific setups. That is cheeky. I tell you what, Sylvia looked ready for anything there, knew exactly where everybody was going to be, and still doesn't get the kill.
I think the problem being that Ryder knew exactly where they were and what was going to happen. Don't know whether they've been picked up on a drone or what, or maybe it's something that PSG have just seen before and were, you know, prepped for from Kinetrope, but absolutely locked in, laser focused, already looking at that white door and just ready for that attempt at a little early pick coming in from Sylvia. Not a great start for Kinetrope. PSG Talon certainly looking on their game. You suggested there's, you know, leaving Cafe in the pool for Kinetrope to play. There was probably a game plan in place, and it certainly looks like they know what to expect from Kinetrope here.
Absolutely. So far, so good. Kinetrope just falling by the wayside as PSG Talon, well, as I said, Joker knew that they were bank one tricks, at least in his own words, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but it might well be proven to be it. I say that 2 kills came back there. Akayu stepping up, Soldier quickly puts that one to bed. To 3 versus 1, and Kawa, their MVP of their first game of the stage. Can he really do it in a 1v3, Tim?
You got to say it's unlikely at this point. He's going up against Gotti, Soldier, and Unsang. Nitro will go out, doesn't find its mark. He's now facing a plant going down as well. He's got himself under that default hatch, so either way that he moves in, he's likely going to be moving into a line of fire here. Easy to establish crossfires into that position. Exactly that happens. Unsang manages to pick up that final kill, and that is going to be that. PSG Talon looking super strong in that first round. That was absolutely clinical from them. They knew exactly where Kinetrope were going to be playing. They knew where the run out was going to come from, and nothing flashy from them. Nothing crazy. Just some nice kills. I'm thinking about I think it was the second kill they got, the player on Lumber. We see it here, they've got one repelling in, and they've got the challenge coming from the white window at the same time to create that space. Keep him spinning on his heel. They knew exactly where that player was going to be. They know there's not a threat in Piano because they've banned his army, so they know there's likely not going to be anybody playing in there. They've already checked Pixel. Great stuff from PSG. You know, back to basics and just absolutely wiping Kinotrope out of the round.
Absolutely. I was really curious, by the way, as you were breaking down that round so wonderfully, Tim, what the ban rate has been for Aura so far. Prior to this ban, only banned 3 times this year. 3 times! So it just goes to show, again, very, very unique ban. Really don't get to see it very, very often. So definitely cooking up a game plan there. One that maybe you obviously didn't need to see come into effect in that last round. But for me, that was classic APAC North team. I feel like I've barely been away from home a second here. We only had half the round go, and it was down to a 3 versus 1. They just don't muck about, do they? They love the aggression. We've seen it time and time again. And that's exactly how this game has started out.
Yeah, like I said, there's obviously some thought, there's obviously some plan behind the Raura ban. I've just, if I'm being honest about it, I don't think they're going to get any value from it. Is the honest truth. I think it's one of those operators. It's, how would I put it? It's a nice to have. If you've got a plan for, say, kitchen attack that includes Raura maybe blocking off bottom red, you know, and creating that bit of space in Wedding and Small Bait, guess what? Nomad will do it. Like, there's an alternative. It's a nice to have if that's your plan, but I think that Raura is fairly easily replaced a lot of the time, or you can just go to plan B, plan C. So, you know, it's going to be something that's built very specifically around that operator, and you can just move away and do something else. So yeah, I genuinely think it's a little bit of a misstep from Kinotrope. I know we've focused on that ban a bit, but as you say, it's because it is quite an unusual one. Yeah, I just think there's certainly more powerful operators that they could have got rid of. You know, you've got the gridlock here, so now that's going to stop your rotates, which is always a nice option for the defenders. Ryder going to pick up Yuki's nice and easy. Not looking good for Kinotrope at the minute.
No, I mean, Ryder's on one as well. Like, he's in both rounds now, had those very early engagements on the entry where players have been more than ready for him. You know, Sylvia on the run out bottom, well, not really run out, the peak out of bottom white. You've had one there where Yuki's was ready and waiting on the hatch itself, and he's absolutely domed both of them. Really good start going from him, and it's not at all surprising that he and PSG Talon are starting to take control of this round already. We're halfway through. A smoke has been taken offline. It always pains you when you see a smoke being the first challenge in a round on the entry. Really want that operator alive a little bit longer to burn through time, make use of those smoke grenades, deny plants if needs be. Now, really, got no C4s to play behind. You've got maybe, if you're lucky, the Yokais to work behind, but Gotti's been really smart. He's got the IQ on side. PSG Talon are just ready.
Yeah, and I'd expect by now that the flanks have been cut off. Misa should have been in there dealing with that. We should have those track stingers out on both sets of stairs. So basically PSG Talon have got the run of the top floor. The question is, can they convert that energy into a push onto the site itself now? They've got to create a little bit of space and an area to be able to move into. 35 seconds left to go. A lot of work still being done above, but it's kind of like, rather than creating space, it looks like they're desperately looking for kills from above. But as I say that, Unsang has managed to get himself downstairs on the Monte. They're finding positions of these players inside, but they just haven't made that vertical pay for them yet.
Ooh, be good to get rid of Ryder there, who I thought for a second was going to run around that corner and absolutely dome Sylvia through the hatch. But here we go. Unsang's marching through. He sees defeaties. Everyone loves a toe shot, but he can't find his man. Sylvia showing what is to pick up for them. A 3K in the round. Mao into another. And despite it looking like PSG Talon had this one locked up, Sylvia's gone big, and Kinotrope will take the round.
Yeah, exactly what I was concerned about for PSG Talon there. They've come in, they've done 90% of the round fantastically well, and then they've just not had that 10% at the end. They've got themselves top floor control. They've opened up absolutely everything with the puck. But Kinotrope, credit to them, have done really well. They've kept themselves out of those lines of sight. And like I said, for me, it felt like PSG Talon there were looking more for kills from above rather than using that verticality to create space, which is quite often what you want to do. You open the floor up, absolutely. You're not really bothered about, if you find somebody, you pick up a kill, great stuff. But it doesn't really matter. What you want to do is force those defenders out of position to create that pocket of space for yourself to drop into, to then start finding your kills on the horizon horizontal whilst the plant's going down. And it's not something that PSG Talon did. It seems like they got stuck on that. Right, we've got our verticals. We need to find some kills. They never dealt with the player inside a train. They didn't have the utility. You know, you need a nade going in there. You need something to deal with them, force them out of position. Sylvia just took full advantage of the freedom that he was given. Found himself a nice 3k. Brilliant end to the round from Kinnetrop.
What I will say is they tried. Bless them, they tried. Ryder was there with the flash at the ready. He was there with the flash at the ready to try and block him out. And then when that failed because he died, it was like, okay, what's plan B? Okay, Monty's got to walk at him. It's risky, but let's make it happen. He loses the 1v1. And then before you know it, like two of them are lining up like dominoes for Sylvia coming in through the museum door. And I was a bit like, no, it's perfect for him. And it's great to see. But as we often say, these big plays that you see, these 3Ks, these 4Ks, these 5Ks, yes, some of the times it's players spotting a gap and being able to capitalize on it. But more often than not, it's a mistake being made by the other side there. And why there was no one pulling the trigger is three of them were closing in on this one man. I was a little bit like, guys, surely he dies here. But again, well played to Sylvia. Dealt with the flash coming in, dealt with the Monty, and then the two players that followed him from mining. It really should be a 2-0 to PSG Talon. But instead, we keep things at 1 apiece for now. Now we're attacking into the other site on the same floor, though, Tim. It's going to be Reading and Fireplace. Let's see if they can right the wrongs of the previous round.
I think that Kinnetrop could be a little bit surprised here. PSG Talon not really going for that top floor control. They're instead just moving directly in through mining at the minute. They're already basically around Fireplace, looking to get aggressive and push into dining. So this could be a little bit of a surprise attack here. And Kinnetrop, they need to be ready for anything that's going to be thrown at them. PSG Talon maybe should make a little bit of noise above. You would expect that they would by now. Maybe come in, make a little bit of noise above, and just give Kinnetrop something to look at whilst you do move in laterally.
Look at Sylvia here. He's the one I'm watching because he's on white stairs with 3 smokes in back pocket. He's got the lineup here ready in case they do try and push him through Fireplace for the plant to happen. They're not expecting any pressure to come in towards Reading. It's why they've got the player upstairs who can see everything that's going on. If they push him through pillars, they're going to see that. So right now, actually, Kinnetrop are pretty happy. We're kind of where we were last round, Tim. Like, PSG have got a good position. They've got control of train. Beautiful. Now they actually need to make the next step happen. It kind of feels like a stalemate in chess where the next step means they get slapped by C4s, they get slapped by smokes. It's going to feel uncomfortable. They're going to try here, but as I said, watch out. There we go. Smoke comes out and Sylvia's denying it away. But Gotti's found him out of seemingly nowhere. That could be the key they need to unlock this round, though, Tim. Only thing left on side now are those 2 bulletproofs and a C4, which, yes, is still very lethal. But we've got a whole minute to play yet.
Yeah, this is going to work, I think, for PSG. They're just baiting out that utility for Soldier to go in on the blitz. He'll throw the shield on his back and start putting the plant down. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Mao manages to pick up a big kill, though. Yuki's onto Soldier, stops the plant. And Kinnetrop's plan, whilst working, is not working effectively enough. Kawa manages to find himself now in a 1v2. But this is winnable. And the reason it's winnable is he's got one either side of him, which means he can take these in 1v1s if PSG Talon stack up and allow him in this last 15 seconds to get those individual fights.
I've got to go for the plant here. I won't try and worry about the kill. I was going to say, don't try and force out the 2 versus 1. You're against a shotgun at close range. Make the plant happen. You don't need to swing on him here. Plant's now down. They're in a 2 versus 1. Not that it matters because Gotti has found a comfortable kill there. Much better from PSG. And admittedly, Tim, it comes down to that one simple thing. They spot what the issue is. There's a smoke up back on white. They get rid of him with Gotti on a fantastic shot out on that Zofia. I think he got a 3K in that round. And even when he's gone, they're still dumping loads of Zofia concussions and impacts onto white stairs in case someone else is trying to do the same thing. And they even deal with things like the C4. It was well played, a bit scary towards the end, but they still get the round, and that's what counts.
Yeah, a little bit of a different take from PSG Talon. When attacking Reading, we would almost always see attacking teams go for that top floor control, but I like to see that, you know, mix it up, try something different, roll the dice. PSG Talon certainly with a game plan in mind to get the blitz inside of dining and get that diffuse down. Didn't quite work, but the adaptation was, was great. So good stuff from them. Moving on to round 4, we have our next bans come through. We are going to see one of those shields taken away. I don't know again how much value there is in that. We saw the Monty round 1. Round 2. We saw the Blitz round 3. I think, you know, PSG Talon, if they want to play a shield, they've got other shields. And I've often spoken about this. If you're going to ban shields, it feels like you've kind of got to commit to it and ban all of them. It's kind of like with hard breaches. If you're going to ban hard breaches, really, you've got to go through the process and take the lot of them. Otherwise, you kind of get caught in this halfway house. You know, I've already commented on the Raura ban for Kenotrop and how much value there is in it. Like now, if there's a round where PSG Talon wanted to play the Monte, they can just play the Blitz. They can just play the Blackbeard. It's not the end of the world. You know, yeah, they're going to fulfill slightly different roles. Maybe they'll be a little bit more exposed, but they'll still get the job done. So, again, don't know how much value there is in that.
Absolutely. We'll see how things shape up from here. I really thought we were going to see a mute ban.
On the Blitz. There we go.
Absolutely. Always going to be a different shield to bring along at some point. And also paired it with the Dockerby, let's not forget as well. A very, very potent combo. I spoke a lot about Dockerby and how... Yeah, so, yeah. I mean, Dockerby and Deimos are pairing themselves. Like I speak about a lot. They cover for each other's weaknesses really well. And as a pairing, like, you basically have to see this in most rounds where it's available. And some teams, I look at teams like Falcons, for example, we'll see Leakyback and Shaiko doubling up on these two operators all the time. Very potent, but then the Blitz gives you the pointy tip of the spear to just run at people. But Sylvia, again, they just cannot deal with this guy, Tim. This time round, didn't really see any utility going in. The Blitz is about 10 seconds too late to this party, and Sylvia has already taken down 2 players. That could be the round already done and dusted inside, what, 45 seconds?
Absolutely great stuff on that shotgun, isn't he? Just practically unstoppable so far. 5 kills whilst using it all on the same weapon. Soldier does manage to pick up Yukis, so the fight does come back for PSG Talon, but until they clear out court, until they get rid of Sylvia, they've got a serious problem. And the Blitz isn't really ideal to do this, because as soon as he goes in, he's likely to start getting hammered, but they managed to use the utility to create the space. Mao, however, does get the kill onto Gotti, and that's what you needed. It's not the end of the world to lose Sylvia. Now Kenotrop just need to go 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. They can play that game and they will grind PSG Talon out of this round.
I'm really curious to know, like, obviously we don't see everything because there's always so many things to see that's happening in a round. What went so drastically wrong in the first fight where 2 went down when they couldn't have done what they just did then to get rid of Sylvia anyway? Like, yeah, Ryder walks over, chucks a flash in the room, blitzes in, easy kill because the opponent is blinded. It is as simple as 1, 2, and 3, unless it stacks up with a bunch of Carol ADSs, which I imagine are going to be inside a bakery. So it was one of those where I'm like, how has he got away with 2 kills at the start? Because PSG Talon has shown repeatedly throughout this game, they can play the utility game well. They can use flashes to capitalize and punish on isolated opponents, or at least have the intent to. It just doesn't really quite add up for me. Either way, they've got themselves another one. A Soldier collects another one in the round. 2 versus 2 here. Very winnable for both sides.
Yeah, that's actually a really big kill because that was the one stopping them planting behind Bomb Chassis, so it maybe opens up a little bit of space now, and you can see Kenotrop know that they have to start moving, they have to start rotating and try to kind of retake that ground because there is an opportunity for PSG to be able to put this down, especially they don't have any smoke utility, so that's not really going to help them. But Kawa recognises, moves around and gets into a position to be able to find that angle onto the plant, so that is, again, good from Kenotrop to recognise where the gaps are and where they need to fill. Now PSG have to go into a position and take these fights. 7 seconds left to go. Soldier gets one. Can he find the next? He knows exactly where he is. He sprays him down. It's close between the 2. But Mao hits the deck, goes prone and finds that final shot.
I want to believe this is a big brain moment. I'm going to pretend that it was, even if it wasn't, because for Mao, that was really cool. They had the Dockerby call on side, and in that 2 versus 2, that is like dreams. That's like wet dream level stuff, Tim. You've got a Dockerby call, it's a 2 versus 2. Easy win. However, Mao has planted himself inside a Rise with a mute jammer at his feet. So as that call has gone through and caught out the player on double door, who's already made some noise from shooting, admittedly, they have no idea where Mao is. So they act with the only information they've got. They push the double door player, and that's where Mao can just step out and spray down the man who's trying to push on towards double door. Easy as pie. Even if he missed his shots, there's still a glow canister going off, as you'll see here. So the guy was burning to death regardless, right? He was going to die no matter what, but it was more the fact they get an absolute freebie, and then he wins out this closing 1v1 as well. Beautiful stuff. Really well played by Mao, but another round where PSG Talon will be saying, that was our round to lose. They could be up 4-0 at this point, Tim, but by hook or by crook, Kenotrop have got a couple of rounds, and they've kept things even.
Yeah, it's been a solid start from Kenotrop, despite my sort of gentle criticism of some of their bans. You know, other than that, I think what they have done really well has been adapting to what's in front of them. And also Sylvia having those, you know, big moments of shutting down attacks at the right moment. There it was at the beginning of the round. The pressure came, and I think PSG Talon just kind of rushed it. You know, you picked up on it during the round as they knew how to clear that position. They had the utility to do it, and second time around they got it done, but the damage had already already happened. It was too little too late, really. And Sylvia just took advantage of them trying to rush that first step, trying to get in a position to just take him down immediately. That was perfect for him. He had a shotgun in hand, and yeah, he's just going to scythe them down as they come anywhere near him. So we move on to round 5, back up to the top floor. We've got plenty of flank watch now. We've got the Nomad and the Gridlock both on side, so there's going to be very little opportunity for Kinotrope to be moving into areas that they are not, for retaking areas. The SG Talon should be able to lock this down very easily as they take ground. Move on, they should be able to, do so confidently.
Hope so. I mean, a lot of utilities being lined up once again. Compliment to PSG Talon for that. I've liked the way they've used it. It just hasn't always come out the way they need, and this time it's exactly the same. Vida started out so strong. I commended him so much for those first 2 entries that he got involved in those first 2 rounds. Did a wonderful job, but since then, he's gone a little bit quiet, Tim. It's not been his best start to the game outside of those first couple of rounds. And Kinotrope, it feels, growing in confidence, Tim, could still find themselves coming out ahead when we get to the half of this game.
Yeah, I think PSG Talon have been great in about 70% of this game, but it's just the 30% that's really hurting them at the minute. It's those areas where they don't have the answers that Kinotrope are being able to kind of surgically focus and find the kills. They're seeing the opportunities like that, for example. PSG Talon don't quite have the answer to that cigar player. They've got the idea, but they don't execute it well enough, and Kinotrope able to take advantage of it. Gotti takes a lot of damage. Ryder off the board, and they come away with that advantage. And so PSG Talon, they need to make sure that they are winning those areas that they're going in for. They've got to get the 100% on those ideas. They've got to execute them correctly and come away with the kills, with the dividends that they need. And Caillou manages to take down Misa, and it is not looking good for this top floor clearance.
I was going to say, Misa's been playing with fire the whole time. When you've got a Caillou up on cocktail, so on top of the cocktail benches itself, and then finally getting the long angle with that, of course, 1.5 that you don't see on many of the defenders these days. We see quite a lot of Aruni around the world, I expect. Plant going down now in the middle of the bar, though. Gotti trying to cover off as much as he can and find what he can. And sure enough, where on earth does the warden come from? He's probably wondering to himself. Mao once again going big. And Tim, it's a 2 versus 2, but Diffuser is down. Mao gets another. This man cannot be stopped the last couple of rounds. Soldier with it all to do, but the Diffuser is in a good spot. Is he aware about the player rounding off towards his right? I'm not too sure that he is, Tim. Could pay the price, but no! Just at the right time. Steps across to his right and finds his man. Mao, it sounds like triggering off one of those air jabs, trying to run away, but Mao has found him through the banister. Gets another big round end, a 3K for himself, and Kinotrope yet again winning a round that on paper you wouldn't give to them through some brilliant individual play.
If I can rewind my casting, Des, I'm going to go back to that bit where I said PSG are doing 70% of things really well. And it's the same situation in the post plant. They've done the majority of it really well. Soldier, I mean, how they've got away with the plant, I don't know. They've just slapped it down in the middle of bar in the wide open. They get that done. Soldier finds his first kill, but then what happens at the end? He's completely caught in indecision. He's up the stairs, he's down the stairs, he's up the stairs. He doesn't know where he's going to hold from, and he gets caught out because they push forward. Mao takes that ground, finds the kill whilst he's just running back and forward, and you kind of left scratching your head. It's like you've done so much so well in a difficult situation there, PSG. How do you lose that? With that plant down in the middle of bar, you're thinking, part of me's thinking, get yourself up to the skylight if you can, get up onto the roof. They don't take that choice, that's fine. They try to hold from top red. Okay, hold from top red then. But we see here, Soldier, up, down, am I up, am I down, I'm up, I'm dead. And that's the problem.
That could be a sound clip in itself, I think, Tim. I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm dead.
You know what I mean? Just pick a battle and fight it,
Pick a battle, bro. That's the second round in a row now where Mao has won out a 1v1 to close out the round as well. I said it earlier on, I'll say it again. If you look back at round 2, when it really shouldn't have been a Sylvia 3K coming their way, PSG Talon could be up 5-0 now, if not for a couple of excellent moments of play out of members of Kinotrope Gaming, or just small little slip-ups by PSG Talon. And I think what hurts, and look, I'm not trying to sound biased towards PSG Talon, I'll do the same for Kinotrope on the attack, because the attack is really where you see most of the weaknesses or mistakes coming out more obviously. Defense generally is easier, right? It's more that I'm frustrated for PSG Talon because I can see that they've got all the right ideas. The utility use is great. The way they're adapting mid-round is great. As you said, Tim, they're doing 70 to 90% of the work, I'd say, but it's the end product where they're just letting themselves down that tiniest little bit. To think they could be up 5-0 on the attack of Cafe on a map they've permabanned all year and is one of Kinotrope's favorites, that would be a balmy story to be able to say. But right now, it's Kinotrope up 3-2, and the Japanese team are putting PSG Talon to task. I've got no idea what's waiting for us in the second half, but I can't wait to see how Kinotrope do on the attack.
Well, it's always the same, isn't it? When somebody takes a team to, you know, that team's favourite maps, or PSG Talon bring Kinotrope to a map they love, it's kind of all or nothing. It's 0 or 0. You either come away from it saying, wow, yeah, they really had a plan, they dismantled them there, or you come away saying, yeah, they shouldn't have taken them to Cafe, should they? You know, and at the minute, it's looking more of the former, more of the latter for PSG Talon, because whilst they do have the ideas, whilst they do have the plan, it's not quite paying off. UK's manages to get a double. Gotti and Misa taken out. And again, you start looking at it saying, that is a lot of this round already won for Kinotrope. There is the Blackbeard still on side. There is the Buck. So they've still got a good chunk of utility that they can use to their advantage here. But Kinotrope, with 50 seconds left to go, they can just start digging in now. They don't need to take any silly fights.
It's exactly the same as you saw a few rounds ago, right? Like 2K to set things off, and you're like, oh, well, I guess round's done then. Obviously, back then it didn't quite prove to be done. It was still a very, very close end to the round, but it's more of the same, and a great C4 out of Cow is going to find Ryder, who, as I've said, started out strong with a couple of entries, but since then really hasn't had that big an impact in this game. Soldier getting one back at the very least, but it's a 2 versus 4, Tim. The smoke's just starving Unsang out of the site itself. All he can do is look on and wait here as we get towards the last 15. We've got Okayo in below trying to cause some bother. He's going to charge his way through here, Tim. They must know about it. If they push up downstairs now, he's dead to right. Sylvia getting one more. It's Unsangled by himself. He'll find one. Won't quite find two. In fact, a lie, he does. But Okayo's there for the trade. Kinotrope. Well, Tim, what a successful half that has been. 4-2. That round, honestly, is the only one I'd look at and say, yeah, definitively, convincingly a Kinotrope round. The other ones, a little bit tighter, but still a good half and a good way to walk away at 4-2. PSG Talon going to be shaking their heads there, thinking we should have got so much more from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, you know, had they found that last little bit in a couple of rounds, we're looking at a 3-3, maybe a 4-2 in the other direction. But Kinotrope getting themselves a really good foundation on a map that they like, and now moving on to the attack. But this is where the big questions are going to be asked. As you've said, it's the attackers that often have to find the answer. The clock will always work in the favour of the defenders, so if you don't give them a reason to lose the round, generally they're not going to. So first couple of bans come out. Grim and Blackbeard will be taken away from Kinotrope. I think, you know, two good attackers off the board there. I'll say largely the same for the shields as I did. You know, I was a little bit critical of the Soul Monty ban. With Blackbeard coming in as the second pick, I think there is a world where I can say, well, if you take Blitz as your third pick after round 3, then yeah, I can feel that as a banning strategy, because I think Monty is a little bit of an outlier. He's less lethal in terms of the shields. Blackbeard and Blitz, of course, the more aggressive of the two shield options. So I think if you take both of those away, I can start understanding. If you don't want to play the aggressive shields and you just take the Blackbeard and you leave the Blitz through the entire time, then again, I think if teams want to play that tactic, they're just going to bring the Blitz, so you've not really got the most out of your bans. Grim, always a great one. You know, we know how much space Grim can create. You know, can be really, really stifling for defenders. So yeah, I think a good ban there. And then Asami Mirror, no surprises for absolutely anybody, I don't think, for that one.
I mean, I'm most excited, Tim, about Okayo in this round as well, running around on the Fuse. I see the lineup changes, and of course you could turn around and go, well, there's Fuse uses a shield as well. It's doing the same thing.
Shield.
Yeah, you see that out of Virtus Pro an awful lot. I don't see any of the teams really using Fuse as the go-to shield operator. When you've got things like Blitz or a Monty available, why would you? So I'm thinking this is more about the gadget and the fact we're attacking downstairs, and I don't blame them, because look at the lineup out of PSG Talon. It is so defensive. You aren't really going to see any roaming. In fact, already all 5 players are on site or in proximity to the site on this first floor. No one is trying to cause bother from above. So this is free for Kinotrope to walk in with the sledge in the book and get to work with the Fuse to start blowing up all that gadgetry from above. They can have the site completely laid bare by the time they set eyes on it. And with the Sens on side, I just feel like they've got all the tools here to get the job done. They're still doing their due diligence. They're still droning through all of this top floor to make sure there isn't anyone up there. But once that's confirmed, they'll be in this map like a rocket and getting that second floor flooring ripped up.
Yeah, I think Fuse is a great pick here. You know, exactly for the reasons that you've said there. I think way more useful than, say, a Blitz in this situation, because look at what he can do. He can do 90% of the work they need on his own. He can open the hatch with the hard breach. He can clear the utility with the fuse charges. He can, you know, go in and chase players down. He can open up the angle here. Absolutely great. You know, they've just got to make sure that Akayu is getting every drop out of that utility. Make sure it's all used. He's not giving his life away, anything like that. Right now he's looking to work on the hatch as well. He's just going to send in those. Likely clear out that electrical. Is he? No, he's trying.
He's hoping for the lucky bounce.
He's going to continue trying to clear out that electrical. But this, I would put as a little bit of a negative here on the use of the fuse. I think he's very valuable, but with the double electrical setup, he's not getting the job done. So now a lot of that utility is being focused in the same place. We've had 3 of those fuse charges just around that hatch, so it leaves utility elsewhere around the site, but it's not going to matter as Sylvia walks in and gets a double.
Already found a 2. The smoke is the other side of the defense down here as well, over towards Bakery, when really we're only 2 towards Freezer at this point, Tim, as we see most teams do. It's a VIP player. It's someone able to stop the drop coming on through. Misa gets aggressive and gets 1, but this plant is now going down, and with the light screens in the way, I don't think they can stop this as a shield on top for good measure. The smoke can come out all you like, but you're too late to this one, I'm afraid. The plant is now down. Akayu is slowly bleeding out. Will go down. No, he's on 1 HP, Tim. Keeps himself up, but it's a... Okay, now it's 3 versus 2. Fair enough. Make it a 2 versus 2. Unsang and Gotti trying to stage a comeback here. 1 smoke in back pocket still to play with, but I don't think Akayu is getting recovered anytime soon. He's basically a static drone for them. Unsang gets another. Oh my God, Tim, it's Mao. Just give the round away now, boys. It's 5-2. You're against Mao. This doesn't work for you. We've seen it so many times this game already. How can you possibly get a win back against him? Please to God, PSG Talon, please make it happen. He's got the vertical. They're going to be able to win the round again here, Tim. Nothing Gotti can do unless he gets a lucky shot back, and it's not going to happen. Mao with a 3rd round this game, being won out in the 1vx for his team.
I will say, I've got to say that round was much closer than it should have been. It was a good fight back from PSG Tower.
Agreed.
Yeah, there was a moment there where I'm thinking, you know, this is 2v2 now. This is absolutely doable, especially when Unsang absolutely slammed Yuki's. Can we talk about that? The kill on White Stairs. This one is absolutely unreal. Yuki's is holding the angle. Look at that reverse peak coming in from the Tumaro. Talk about ice cold. He's got ice running through his veins. Absolutely beautiful stuff. But look, now holds on to it, as you say. You know, he's solid as a rock, dependable player. You know, he knows exactly what his win conditions there are. He knows he's going to be challenged above. He knows they have to come and kill him. So he's ready for that fight on White Stairs. He's not really too worried about the diffuser at that point, because he knows they know that they need to win that fight first. So as soon as he wins that out, just back onto the vertical. He's got that under control, well managed. Mao with the first round, and PSG in serious trouble now. 5-2. Kinotrope looking good on the attack.
It's concerning, isn't it? It's really the easiest way to put it. Because if you flip around the names on the leaderboard there, what would happen instead is you'd probably see the defenders clutching up in the same way that Mao did in quite a few rounds back during that first half. Because he's on the other side here, he's the one that's been working a bit of magic. And even having during the cast, I was just like, just give the round away now. It's done. You're in a 1vs against Mao. We all know how this ends. And almost as if by poetry, it ends the way that we all expect. Again, PSG Talon, I think after this will be kicking themselves, because the painful thing is the utility game, as we've spoken about, everything they've done throughout the round has been great. They just lose when it comes down to those clutch situations. If you take away the 3 rounds where Mao has won a 1vx or a 1 versus 1, it's 5-2 to PSG Talon. Like, it's a completely different game. That is how close it has been. But all I want to remember is a scoreline like 7-3, maybe even 7-2, where, wow, PSG Talon got absolutely rocked by Kinotrope, didn't they? Yes, but also not really. It was one player that crushed out so many big rounds for them and got them over the line. this is a far closer game than that scoreline will ever say.
Misa's given up on the thoughts of a run out there. I don't know if he's maybe just heard the air jab. There was a Claymore down that didn't quite cover the run out, but I think that was very purposeful from Kinotrope. They'd left it at a distance knowing that the air jab would have blasted them off their feet and likely into the Claymore. So it is still in position, even though the hole was opened up on the other side. So he should be able to hear this, Misa. If he's listening quietly, he will hear that air jab out there. And it's just whether he can get a view onto it. No, he cannot. Kayu is ready and waiting. Look at the care they've taken over that run out. This is great from Kinotrope. They've put an air jab on it. They've put a Claymore on it. And then they've still had somebody watching it. And it's paid off. Sylvia manages to find Gotti as well. PSG Talon are in serious, serious trouble. It's backs against the wall time here.
What I will give them, Tim, is they haven't shied away from it when they're down 5-2. They haven't tried to not go for runouts or try these aggressive plays to upset the other side. The problem is in this region, I think especially in Japan, as we've spoken about for years, Cyclops exist in that region. And for years, they were a team that would run out, have 4 players jumping out of windows at you. Often very fondly retell the tweet that I once saw from Mag, where they were scrimming against Kag back when he was on Fnatic. 4 players jump out of windows on Clubhouse or out of garage doorways and go aggressive. It's bonkers. They know how to deal with this. And right now, they might try and make a play happen. Ryder, though, well, it's been a quiet half a game for him, Tim, but now's a good time to step up. 2 kills for himself, but doesn't quite catch the third man coming through bar. Kawa steps in, Soldier with a great spray onto Sylvia, who can do nothing but fall from the window. And I think for now, maybe the 4th round in a row, Tim, we're in a 2 versus 2.
Untang just gets, well, he just gets caught napping there. He's just, you know, watching the wrong angle. Kawa manages to pick up Soldier. And it's a shame for PSG because they're having players step up and go kind of big in rounds. But again, it comes back to the same, Des. It's 70% of the round. They're not getting that final bit. Yes, they had a couple of big moments there where players stepped up. Ryder went big. Soldier came in with an importantly timed kill, but it still wasn't enough. Kinotrope just have that little bit extra, and I think, you know, that we have to look at the map bans here. We have to look at Kinotrope being allowed onto their favourite map, and currently PSG are paying the price.
I did say back in that first half, I was very interested to see how Kinotrope's attacks would go, so we could compare it to PSG Talons, because we spent so much. Yeah, we spent so much that first half speaking about PSG Talons and how they were just missing that extra 5, 10, 15%. Kinotrope, they don't miss anything. They've dealt with runouts. They've had the player on white locking down any kind of rotation coming out from the defenders. Everything PSG Talon have done, Kinotrope have just looked ready, and they haven't lost a beat from that first half. Yeah, they clutched out a bunch around in the first half. Fair play. In this second half, I think they look very, very convincing. And yes, it's been a close round during it. Outside of that, I think they've looked really, really good. And so far, being at 6-2, you'd be hard pressed to say they don't deserve it, Tim.
Oh, I think Kinotrope absolutely do. I think they look great for the advantage that they've got. Perfect from them so far. They've also won, you know, we've not really focused on it too much. They've won 5 rounds in a row. They are absolutely barreling along at the minute. You know, they've gone from 2-1 down to 6-2 up, and they've just completely stifled PSG Talon in this game. They've also had the last 5 entry kills in a row. 2 for Yuki's, 2 for Sylvia, 1 for Akayu. And another interesting stat to look at for this game is that every round bar 1, every single one bar 1 has gone in favour of the team that gets the entry kill. Now, the reason that that's interesting is because if we look at that one round, if we look at the outlier where it was overturned, where a team fought back from 4 versus 5, it was Kinotrope who did that. So PSG aren't even the one that have been able to, you know, fight back once they've lost that entry kill. So that is another thing that's maybe important to watch for in this upcoming round. If that entry kill goes to Kinotrope, it's basically at the minute 100% win rate for them. So PSG are in serious trouble. They have to do something that they haven't been able to throughout the game, and that is to win from a man deficit.
Yes, it's feeling like a pretty tall order. The thing is, even when they've had a man advantage, they've still got to deal with Mao on the other side, who has had a wonderful game. Him and Sylvia, I mean, you can look at the kills at the bottom right corner of the screen. It tells you the whole story. They have been far and away the standout players, but don't take away from the rest of them. It has been a team win overall. They've looked fantastic. And it's not done just yet. Dare I say, after attack timeout, things are going to change drastically? I don't think so. But we've seen crazy things happen in Siege Team, but it will require one hell of a comeback to get this one over the line. Here we go, though, with round 9.
Just holding their angles for the time
Good night.
being. Oh, not holding the right ones, unfortunately. Unsigned again, just going to be taken down from the side. It's just such an easy, long-range kill for Yukis. Shouldn't be getting away with it. PSG Talon cannot be giving away deaths like that. 5 versus 4. Mozzie off the board, so those drones that he had captured, if he had captured any, are going to be locked in place. And it is once again advantage Kinotrope. And remember, I'll come back to that stat that I gave you at the beginning, where Kinotrope get that opening kill. It is a 100% win rate for them. PSG Talon are yet to overturn a round where they have lost the opening kill.
It's such a fine angle, and I wouldn't be shocked if he gets a second kill from there as well. Like, very rarely do you see a player still sat in spawn when we're 2 minutes into the round, but Yukis has shown that patience pays off. Misa, though, 2 kills to his name here to at least try and stem the bleeding a little bit. Now got themselves into a 4 versus 3. You're against the shield on the other side, but this is where Kinotrope might come a little bit undone, Tim, with only 60 seconds left to play, and they haven't really got the control they need.
Yeah, and Yukis isn't even inside of the map yet. You know, yes, he got that long-range kill, but basically he's still outside. Monty's left alone, and his team have certainly found themselves a little bit short-handed in these fights. PSG Talon have been able to take advantage of it. You know, I set up a mountain for them to climb at the beginning of this one, where I spoke about how they hadn't overturned that entry kill going against them, and then, as if by magic, the first round where they really need it, because they are playing against Map Point, it looks like they will be able to achieve exactly that and to overturn a round where they lost that entry kill. Kayu's trying to get anything going. Soldier takes a lot of damage there, but 14 seconds left to go. This isn't going to happen. It's a trade at the end. PSG Talon, they dig deep, find themselves around. It's 3-6, but they've got 3 more to go.
The thing about a lot of these rounds, yeah, for both sides to some level, is it has come down to individual players going pretty big. Whether it was Sylvia's 3K in train, whether it was Mao's continuous 1vx's that he was winning, or in this round here, Misa being the big player that steps up in the moment after they've already lost the entry to make things come their way. And the problem is you can't always rely on individuals to be able to do that round after round. I know we've seen Mao do it, but do I think Misa's going to walk up and get a 3K again next round? Not really, no. So now it's going to be about what else can you rely on changing? What else have they spoke about during that TAC timeout to keep things going? Because yes, they've won the round at the back of a TAC timeout, probably not in the fashion in which Joker envisaged though. And maybe we'll see something else coming out here during round 10. But I still think the advantage lies very firmly with Kinotrope, and PSG Talon are going to have to show me a good round to convince me they can get this back to OT.
Yeah, she said, as you know, very much, you know, a lot of rounds with great individual efforts. We've had 7 rounds with 3KO or greater, and that covers 5 different players as well. So it's not like it's, you know, one player that keeps going off. We've had Misa, Mao, Soldier, Gotti, Sylvia, all getting themselves involved in those big multi-kill rounds, 3s, 4Ks. You know, definitely big performances from many players within this one. Half of the players have had a 3K or greater in a round. Absolutely crazy. You know, if we look across the individual stats, Mao 10 and 4, Sylvia 9 and 8. We've got Soldier 10 and 8. There's big performances on both sides, but at the minute, I've still, you know, I'll build the mountain for them to climb. It still feels like it's a little bit much to ask from PSG Talon. I feel like there's got to be a round here for Kinotrope somewhere where they just close this out and get the win.
What kind of mountain are we talking here, Tim? We're talking like a moderately sized hill?
Serious.
Or are we talking like Mount Fuji or Everest?
I'm not
Where are we going with
Everest.
this?
You know, I don't think we're talking Everest. You know, they're not 6-0 down. That'd have to be your Everest, wouldn't it? You know, but maybe, I don't know, are we looking something like, you know, Matterhorn, Kilimanjaro? You know, we kind of in that, you know, serious mountain climbing, but, you know, maybe not, you know, having to sort of take weeks and multiple base camps and everything to do it, you know.
And as we discovered yesterday at the barbecue, £100,000, I believe it cost you to climb Everest. Isn't this stupid?
Yeah, there's a serious cost involved, of course, with, you know, equipment and everything else.
This is what we do, you see, guys, is sit around on a Saturday evening at a barbecue and just talk about how much it climbs to climb Mount Everest. You know, what else you talk about with your mates, right?
Well, we were talking about human endeavour, weren't we? You know, we had sort of differing opinions about, you know, whether it was worth it. You know, why are we going up there? Why are you going up there? Don't worry about it.
But that was then, your missus was very much just like, I don't really get it.
She was very much like, I'm staying safe at the bottom. Like, I don't see the point. I'm staying safe at the bottom. And I was very much of the, you know, there's a big hill there. Can I get to the top of it? You know, I can completely see that point of view, you know, being one of the few to achieve something like that. But yeah, PSG Talon, they've... Our mountain discussions and human endeavour aside, PSG Talon, look, they've got a task ahead of them. That much is to be true. But Unsang gets them something on the board. Manages to take down Mao. There's a second meter onto Akayu. 5 versus 3 now. PSG Talon are fighting back. They're a third of the way. They're a half of the way up the Matterhorn. They are going.
They're not looking bad, Tim. And don't forget, this is at the back of a Dokkaebi call coming out as well, where we've seen aggression come out of Kinotrope, and it has been slapped down by PSG into a 3 versus 2. Yuki's still with a call in back pocket as well to make use of. So really, him and Sylvia have got to go massive to close this round out. And you'd trust, you'd hope, you'd pray that PSG have got the discipline to close up ranks a little bit here, play off each other, play this little triangle, and don't give anything over to Kinotrope.
3 versus 2 then. Let's see. PSG Talon basically just, like you said, don't need to give anything away here. Just hold your angles. Play it safe. Sylvia fighting back. I come back to that stat that I gave you. There is only one team in this matchup that have overcome an entry kill up until the last round, where PSG Talon were able to put one on the board, but Kinotrope, they did it long ago. They did it back in round 2. Ryder got the opener and they were able to win the round, so they know what this is all about. 2 versus 2 now. Kinotrope are going to have a little bit of a problem with the clock though, and as they start to push, as they start to prod and try to find the space, got it, manages to pick up one. PSG Talon are playing this beautifully at this point, just making it very difficult. And there it is. That's exactly what they needed. They'd separated onto either side, so as soon as a path was chosen, they were able to then get the easy shot in from behind. PSG Talon, I've just had a quick look, Des. It takes 2 to 3 days to climb the Matterhorn, and I feel like PSG Talon are about a day and a half in. They are rolling at the minute.
At this point, just make it all about the rounds, Tim. They've got 2 of the 4 they need to get to OT. They're halfway there. It's looking good. This was a close one. I mean, I was going to be saying, are we up? Are we down? Are we down? Are we up? Are we dead? But no, Soldier this time is in the right place. And I think I'm a little bit nervy for a second, because he was sat on the other side of the bomb chassis for the longest time. And I thought, if you find a player rounding on towards double door here, Soldier gets into the right place, then you're dead to rights. Like, you're just absolutely screwed. But I think quite lucky in a sense that the spray came through from Gotti on the double door itself, gave away the position, nothing really more to worry about beyond that as well. So they managed to play it out quite well. Even if it was a little bit nervy for the second that it came down to that 1v1, the trade was essentially guaranteed. So well played again. Another tight round, but still a round that PSG Talon got over the line, and now they're just 2 rounds away from OT. I did not expect we'd be here even just 2 rounds ago.
No, I didn't. I thought Kinotrope would have locked this out. But look, we speak about all the time, teams can play fantastically on a map, but when you get on to round 6, whether it be in a league stage match, whether it be in a major grand final, it doesn't matter. When you get on to round 6 and you just need that one more, especially if there's, this will be a big win for Kinotrope. Make no mistake about it. They had a 7-1 defeat to start with, so coming in and getting a win against PSG Talon, a team that, many people will expect to do well here in APAC North, is a big thing for them. So getting that last one over the line won't be easy, especially when they've lost a couple in a row, which is where they stand now. So they've got to dig deep here. They've got to go back to those basics that were working for them. Keep the pressure on PSG Talon. We've seen that Talon will make mistakes if put under that bit of pressure. We said they'll win 70, 80, 90% of the round, but then just miss that last little bit at the end. So for me, Kinotrope, I think if you can, focus on the plant here. Make PSG Talon play the game. Get that diffuser down on the ground. And the reason I say that is because it puts PSG Talon under pressure. It gives them that time constraint. Whereas at the minute, the clock is working for them. So reverse that. Get that case down. Focus on an execution that secures you a plant.
See if they can make this work. I mean, I'm looking towards why you bring a Thatcher in this case, and my eyes default immediately over towards the Warden. Like, why else, when you've got the Ying and you've got the Blitz on side, would you want to have a Thatcher on side? It's to stop Soldier being able to stop a hit coming on through. So it definitely looks engineered around and executing around trying to punish on towards Soldier. To keep an eye on the little red icons that appear right now above Warden, for example. We've got to see that appear, above the Wamai. When it appears above the Warden, that probably is going to be go time here, but that's all going to be about smart placement coming out of Kinotrope.
Yeah, they've got to get a clear indication of exactly where Soldier's playing so that they can use, you know, those EMP gadgets effectively and in the correct position. For the time being, we're going to have Cower. He's, you know, way out of position if they want to affect the Warden with the EMPs at the minute. He's not going to be doing that because Soldier is deep in bar and freezer, and I would imagine has probably got some magnets protecting him. I would hope so, with the Wamai on side as well. So, for the time being, there is work for Kinotrope to do here. They need to massage this situation, but there we go. We see it going in. That is now go time. We have those Yin Candelas coming in, but PSG, they stand tall. They know exactly what the plan is. They know when the pressure is going to mount. There's 3 kills coming quickly. 4 versus 2 now as Kinotrope managed to find one back, but with 25 seconds left to go, the diffuser down cold. I don't see any way that Kinotrope get this done. This is going to be going to round 12.
Isn't it just? Oh boy, oh boy. Misa with a couple of kills to close things out, and PSG Talon, they hold on. Tim, think back to what I said about the Thatcher. I didn't see that Warden blocked out at all. The smokes came on through. Even then, it didn't matter because there were just so many other angles exposed to other players, most notably that Aruni sat inside a cocktail. We saw it back in the first half. You might have seen some players speaking about this on social media. Now, one of the only scopes available to the defenders is the Aruni magnified scope, so you're going to see a play a lot on these sites that have got these longer angles, and I think players we've seen repeatedly in this position doing quite a lot of damage from there. I want to say it was Okayo back in the first half that was playing it, but just so lethal from that position. And although there was some consideration for the Warden, clearly the other 4 weren't really thought about there overall by Kinotrope, who now find themselves a single round away from sending things through to OT. Not something I thought we'd be saying down when we were at like, what, 5-2 earlier on, and it looked real rough and we didn't think PSG Talon want to get here. Well, here we are now, a single round away, and things then are all even.
We're going to have Kinotrope just ripping the pull cord on that tactical
Tim.
I've
got a question for you.
Go.
Someone has asked how the garden is, but we're going to pause on that and we'll have garden talk later. Hateful Dude has had a great idea. Have you thought about incorporating...
the world.
It is. Have you thought about incorporating garden lingo into your casting to spice things up? So in this next round, I want you to try and use as many gardening or planting or whatever related lingo you can think of in any casting you do.
Oh, that's a bit of a nightmare, that. There's actually surprisingly little crossover. Yeah,
I reckon you can find some.
We can certainly dig deep there and see if we can, you know, pull one or two out of the bag.
Well, at this point, Tim, PSG Talon, they've got themselves dug in those roots like weeds. You just can't get rid of them, Tim. Kinotrope, they bought the best weed killer in the business, but it ain't doing the job. It's like horsetail, Tim, or maybe even Japanese knotweed. It gets absolutely everywhere. Overtime looks to be guaranteed. We'll see how things go in what now looks to be the final round of regulation. But either way, the game ends 7-5, or overtime is abound. You can get the drone. Oh, we can't get the drone. It just can't get behind there. And now it's done one. He's been absolutely mugged off by a drone, Tim. Mugged off by a drone. What a line that is.
Yeah, didn't think I'd be hearing that one today, but there we are. Unsang just struggling to take advantage of the situation there and grab himself a little observation tool that could have been useful. But Kinotrope, they keep those drones alive to get themselves into the round. Counter up at the top, not accurate, don't worry about that. If you look down at the player cards, you'll get a better idea of what's going on with those drones. Still not an absolute ton of them on side, but Kinotrope will be using what they've got, of course, to try and grow an attack here, Des. Try and get themselves something going in the round.
Absolutely. We take it slow. We've seen a few rounds where it's got a little bit hectic all at once. I don't feel we've got all the tools to get it done this time around. Yes, you've got the Monty, so it more for me nothing else than suggests a slightly slower play. No Dockerby on side, just the Deimos. So looking a little bit lone here. The question is, Tim, is it Flourish or is it Wilt? Kinotrope have got to make it all happen in round 12. Halfway through the round, Monty's currently got himself set up at top red. She's telling just waiting to see what comes next. And they know everything. They've got a few C4s to play behind. They've got the pool scanner on side. They've got a lot they can work with here, Tim, to stop this attack before it even gets started.
Yeah, I mean, Kinnetrop, they just need to be like Ivy Des, creeping up a wall, just locking themselves into the brickwork as they go and just refusing to be moved. Just breaking PSG Talon down one little bit at a time, wearing them away. But the problem is the time will work against them. 1 minute 10 left on the clock now, and still not really in a position to start dismantling this PSG Talon defense. And PSG Talon have just found themselves, you know, finding that extra 10, that extra 20%, getting that last bit of the rounds right at the right time to get themselves into this one and give themselves an opportunity to find a win.
Well, it's in Sylvia's spot here, Tim. I'm now calling it Sylvia's spot inside of that train, just waiting to do a little bit of magic. But here we go. He's going to be soiling himself now, Tim, as they're starting to push on through. Soldier, you ain't him, I'm afraid. They get the kill they need. Cower into a second, make it a third, and PSG Talon, just when it looked like they might be able to survive the harsh winter, are going to find themselves wilting, kneeling, rolling over before Keenatrope, who into a 5 versus 2, Tim. Surely get this one over the line, question mark?
It looks for all the money like this victory is going to be in full bloom by the end of this round, as we're going to see that foliage, those flowers just displaying themselves, but Unsang manages to fight back. Gotti gets one. Diffuser is down though, and 1 versus 3. Surely now it is too much to ask Gotti. He needs to just try and find anything that he can here, just fertilise this round with a few kills, Des, and get something going. But I just don't think with the Monty up in his face that it's going to be possible whatsoever. More damage is done. They're just chipping away at him at the minute, just breaking him down. And it's going to be a matter of time. Sylvia will pick up that final kill. Kinnetrop certainly did it the hard way there, but they were able to break ground on that PSG defence and get themselves a win. It's 7-5. It's probably closer than it should have been. PSG certainly put up a good fight, but Kinnetrop take the full 3 points.
And just when you thought, like a plant in the winter, that Kinnetrope were done and dusted and they were sure to die, Tim, they come back when required most in round 12. And cut the stems short of PSG Talon. Not a lot more they could do there, I'm afraid. It was a great round from Kinnetrope, but Tim, at least now the scoreline looks a little bit more reflective. But we'll go to a break, and when we come back, we'll chat about this a little bit more and get ready for our next game. See you in a couple.
For APL Stage 2, I'm Dev Marta and you're watching Short Ones, the show with hot wings and even hotter questions. Today I'm joined by Enterprise Esports coach and Korean gangster, Mingoran.
Hello chaps.
Okay Mingo, so you can talk smack on Twitter, you can win plenty of games, you can coach your team to victory, but how are you going to go against the fiery wings of death?
I don't know, Australian has spicy food. Sometimes Australian hot food is really shit for me. So
Do you eat a lot of spicy food in Korea?
yeah, every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got 3 different spice levels, from mild on your left, all the way up to very spicy. I've got the same wings as you, but the difference is I'm not Korean. I feel like this is a little bit stacked against me here, but Mingo, we're gonna give it a go anyway. Mingo, when you're ready, please dive into your very first wing. So one of your favorite sayings on Twitter is positive mind, make good result. Can you explain more about what this actually means?
I was a baseball player before the esports career. Every time I think about positive thing, because at that time I was team captain, so I have to lead my boys. So I have to get a positive mind. But after SI, I talk about we have to get a positive mind, and then we just playing video game, and everyone get a no pressure, and then everyone just enjoy game, and then we beat OOBS and SI 25. Oh no, it's 25, 24. So at that time, my mindset was, yeah, just get a positive mind, and then I just believe that result. So yeah.
What do you think of the wings?
Tasty is shit. It's not good.
I think you need to eat some more. You see the spicy bit? Get as much as you can of that. Come on, you're Korean, this should be easy for you. So, you talk a lot on Twitter. You talk a lot of smack as well. You're adding players. You're saying that you guys are the best. Why is it that you love Twitter so much?
In my opinion, Twitter posting is one of part of marketing stuff. So every player have to posting something for after game or before the game. But my boys too shy, never posting about game, never posting about just IRL. Just I have to do that shit for organization side and then Rainbow Six Esports scenes. So yeah, just talking shit and then everyone get a laugh.
How does it feel having to carry the team on Twitter? Because no one knows how to talk or market themselves.
Sometimes it's boring, but yeah, that is my job, I guess.
Amazing.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Into the level 1v1, the close end for the ball, wing saves and what is going on? He grabs that one out, 2-on-1. We're gonna see se difensivo, il 20 tempo sta mai salendo. Prioritization here.
Welcome back to day 2 of APAC North. In case you just missed that screamer of the first game, where it looked for a second, Tim, like PSG Talon were dead to rights and completely out of things. They kept it close right up until the wire, but Kinotrope still took the win 7-5. Now we go into what would normally be an all-Korean showdown, but in case you missed the headline a good 6-7 months ago now, we have an all-Brazilian team playing here under down 1, so we'll take a look at them in just a second. And, well, why not now? Actually, bring them up. Why not? Let's have a talk and have a conversation. D plus Kia. Now, there are some names here that you'll look at and recognize, Tim. I know one that we've spoken about a hell of a lot in Bullet. It's weird to see them in this region. And last stage, they did really well. They finished second, just couldn't quite get over Fear X, losing 5 maps to them in total. Still a bit more to see from this team, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we've seen a little bit of a proliferation of players from outside of the region moving into, you know, sort of the APAC area of the world, and this is one of the rosters. But, you know, as D plus Kia, as Elevate have both found out, you know, it is not as straightforward as just coming in and picking up wins. So lots of work to be done from this roster. Last time out, they did manage to get the win against PSG. It was 7-5. It was close, but as you say, some really big names that we know: Mighty, Falls, Bullet, Levitt, you know, Nias as well. They are stacked with talent, but they've still got to get to grips with the region.
It's kind of a shame in a way for them, where they've obviously came over and started playing in the region. They've become the villain because no one likes a full import team. But then they've also come up against a very much rejuvenated Fear X, who, as said, have taken 5 maps away from them and conceded none. So they've kind of got their inter-region sort of rivalry starting to form there. Of course, today that isn't the team they're against, but they are against another South Korean team, Tim, in Mer Gaming. And this is a team you can very much consider to be a national team, right? We haven't really seen many of these players at the top level before. The only one we have seen is Rumatic, who was a sub for a good while and played for PSG for a while as well. Outside of that, we've only seen them playing for Korean teams, and given it's quite a small region overall, this is definitely a big step up for a lot of them. And I think it's fair to say, no one's expecting incredible top like leaderboard topping things from these guys, but it would be good to see them be able to tango with the big boys, especially that import villain roster that they stand across from.
Yeah, I mean, in the first match, they were able to take Cyclops to overtime. They lost. You know, they lost 8-6 in overtime, but still a good performance. But if you look at the stats of the players, it kind of tells the story. You've already picked up on Rumatic, and it was a hard carry. You know, if we look across, the other 4 really struggled, so they need those other players to be stepping up today, because they are going to be tested to the full against this D plus Kia roster. So definitely need everybody firing on all cylinders. Definitely need to see some big performances from those other names. You know, if they don't, and if Rumatic can't do what he did last time out, they could be in big trouble quickly here. Border, I don't think is actually a bad map choice for Mer necessarily. It takes a lot of strategy out of things. It simplifies things, does Border. It's a small map. There's a couple of rooms that you're going to be fighting over possession of. The problem that it does present them is it now plays into gun skill, which against players like Bullet is where things are going to get, you know, really difficult.
Yeah, the painful thing for me, Tim, is this is actually now a rematch of what we had between these two teams in stage 1. This is a map that went 7-2 to D plus Kia. They absolutely battered them on this map. It was a similar story there where Rumatic was top of the leaderboard, but he was only 6-7. It was a poor showing, make no mistake about it, for the side of Mer Gaming against this side. However, for both teams, they do love this map. And Border is one of their favorites. It's one of only 2 maps that D plus Kia is undefeated on over the last 6 months. They're 2-0 on it, so it's not like it's a grand, 10-0 record or anything crazy, but it is a map they're very comfortable on. And I feel Mer have kind of looked at last stage and gone, look, we know we let ourselves down there. We know this is still one of our favorite maps. We still think we can get the job done. I just feel it feels a little bit crazy going back to the same map again and expecting a different result against a team that has already shown that they can best you once. But who knows? Maybe there's something in the water. Maybe that will change today.
Yeah, I'll be honest about my expectation. I think D plus Kia will walk away with a comfortable win. I think it should be a quick one. That's not to say it will be. Mer need to show us something is the top and bottom of it. It's not to say that they can't do it, but, expectations, I think, fully rest on the side of D plus Kia here. Like I say, players like Bullet on a map like Border is going to be a nightmare. He's just going to dig himself in. He's going to take, every time you come, on the attack, every time you come near a barricade, every time you come near an entrance to the building, you're going to have players players like that, up in your face, just looking to get aggressive. If we look at who went well, you've got Foles and Bullet at the top of the pile so far for D+ Gear in that match against PSG Talent, and I think we will see a continuation of that. We're going to see more. Foles went 11-9, Bullet went 8-6, and they are going to be looking to certainly pad those stats up today against Mer. So they'd better be ready. They'd better be ready to dig their heels in and take those gunfights, because they are going to be coming to them hard. They're going to be coming to them fast.
What I will give to Mer, of course, and they've also made a number of changes in the off-season as well, so they are still looking to shake things up a little bit here, show they can do things a little bit differently. Whether or not those changes are going to be the fire that gets them going this stage, or it's the sort of things that we've heard Fabian speak about back when he was coaching PSG Talent. He very openly said that the talent pool in this region is just basically non-existent. It's like, if you need to replace a player, you have to like dig down into players that aren't really playing the game as full-time as maybe the ones that currently are. And there's always a massive risk that you're taking in bringing on new players, and especially those that are a little bit unproven or have only really played in the national, like local competitions like the Korean Open Cups, for example. That's a big risk that you're taking here. So it could pay off, or it could horrendously backfire, and this turns out to be even more of a dominant showing for D+ Kia.
Yeah, like I said, we know what the expectation is here. I think we have to paint it as David versus Goliath. But like I said, for a team like Mer, it's kind of risk-free. It's your opportunity, isn't it? You turn up, nobody's really expecting too much, and there's a good chance for these players to just come in and actually cause a big upset. And it would be an upset. It starts putting D+ Kia on the back foot. They've got that first win. Like you say, they are going to be looking for the showdown against FearX, realistically. That's, I'm sure who D+ Kia and Scars as well, are going to be looking at those two top teams. They're going to have the sights firmly set on them. And if they start dropping points in games like this, it's going to be a problem, whether that be overtime, whether that be, taking a complete loss, as unlikely as that might be. It's going to be a big issue for them against those top teams, because Scars, FearX are showing no signs of doing anything slowly at the minute.
Absolutely. Well, so we spoke a lot about the game. Let's answer a question that came through from someone earlier. How is the garden going?
How's the garden going? It's going really well at the minute. So last time that I can't remember where we were up to last time, but I just kind of started working on the decking. So I've been doing a lot of woodworking stuff, which has mean I've had loads to learn, because it's not something that I've ever done before. So I've built a full decking frame for the big part of the decking. So it's like 5.5 meters wide by about 3 meters deep. There's angles in there. There's all sorts of stuff I've had to work with. I've been learning about joists. I've been creating a few steps. I've got all sorts going on, but I've got a lot of my joinery stuff done. I've got some post holes dug inside of the area where it's going to go, so it's ready to be mounted on those. So yeah, we're looking pretty good at the minute.
Chilling, mate, chilling. You still enjoying yourself, or you find yourself like, I wish this project was over now?
I did go through a little bit of kind of garden fatigue, but yeah, overall it's coming along pretty nicely, and I am enjoying the learning that's gone with it.
Are you all nervous that we're now at the end of summer, things are going to start getting cold soon? You're kind of on a timeline to get this done?
Yeah, a little bit. Sort of running out of road ahead of me at the minute. So, yeah, it's getting... I'm on the clock. I didn't feel like I was back in July, but, we're in September now. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one.
Summer has come round and gone so quickly, I feel like. I can't believe... the thing is that I dislike about this is you get to the end of summer and then everyone starts talking about Christmas. I've already seen God knows how many messages being like, oh, it's only however many weeks until Christmas, like 17 weeks. I'm just like... Come on, bro. It's 4 months away. We've got a third of the year to go still. Yeah, come on. Let's wait until we've had Halloween go past. We've had Bonfire Night in here in the UK, unique thing to us. Then we can start talking about Christmas, right? I don't want any of that nonsense in September and October. Just wait a little bit first, right? Halloween comes first. Are you a big Halloween person, Tim?
Yeah, I love Halloween.
I thought you might.
Yeah, Halloween, a lot of fun. Yeah, big fan of that. I enjoy all the build up to Christmas and stuff. I'm not too bothered about Bonfire Night.
Oh no, I love fireworks.
Yeah, I'm not too bothered about that stuff. But yeah, Halloween and the build up to Christmas, I do love.
Oh man, so good. Anyway, order. We're ready to go. We are loading in Mer versus D+ Kia. As we've sort of said, I think it's expected D+ Kia win this game. They already won it 7-2 back in stage 1, but Mer have made some changes, and it's kind of fun to be on the Hate Watch team, isn't it, in a way here as well. We'll see if they can bring down the import roster. All that and more to come, I'm sure. We had a very, very exciting first game on Cafe, and I'm hoping, I'm trusting, I'm praying the Border gives us more of the same.
Fingers crossed. Like I said, I've got a feeling it could be a little bit of a quicker process here, but we will see, of course, as we go. We're going to get into the bans. Castle and Ying going to begin with. And Castle's an interesting one. We don't get too many Castle bans, but a lot of value, of course, with that operator.
You get a few on board, to be fair. I think because of the various ways that you can play the map, like Castle just makes it so easy for you as defenders to be able to play the map through various angles or rotations that you want to be able to use, because as we all speak about on this map, it's a gunfight heavy map because nearly every single wall is destructible. You can open up like sight lines that go through almost the entirety of the map, from like security all the way through to the top corner of office. It's horrible as a defender because you don't know if you're going to run into a sightline at some point or get cut off in some way. It's just not a good time. And I think Castle really helps protect you as defenders. So taking it away just kind of system the attackers is a statement of intent. A, we're going to force a hell of a lot of gunfights here, and you're not going to be safe anywhere you stand, so be ready for it.
Let's get into round one then. We're going to be up in Armory to kick things off. Mer on the defense. Looking at the lineup, nothing too weird, wacky or wild in there. We've got the Warden, we've got an Echo, so keep an eye on those Yokai drones. Azami, so a couple of power operators in there for sure. But looking across at the side of the attackers, it is not a lineup that I'd want to play against. We've got the Lion, we've got the Deimos, we've got the Blackbeard, we've got the Grim, we've got the Blackbeard's actually going to be, everything's almost going to be switched out, and it's just still not a lineup that I'd want to go up against. We've got the Glass Blitz and Grim instead, with Finker just to create a little bit of speed in the midst as well. So yeah, could be a tough one for them to stand up to.
Well, we'll see how things shape up. We'll see if this is going to be a repeat of the last time these two teams played, or if we've got something nice and surprising waiting for us in the form of a Mer win. Here we go, though. We spoke about that lineup already coming out. On the other side, they're going to be busy around the map, Tim. On border, you can't afford to sit inside a site and wait for them to come and hit you in the face. You have to be willing to go and play at least half of the map, and that means contesting them on east stairs. It means trying to contest or at least an eye on towards the main wall, or in this case, Azami being sat inside of security, ready to retreat out towards 90 at the drop of a hat, but for now, wasting as much time as possible, chewing through some drones, trying to force utility out of the other side. At least here, Mer have come to play.
Yeah, they certainly have. They need to be getting aggressive, I think, is going to be the key on defense for them here. But look at the aggression that's coming out against them. Mighty goes running in, manages to get a kill onto Luca. Plant is already going down inside of the first minute, Des. Going to have to come off that for the time being, but Nias will go straight back on. D plus Kia are not letting go of this opportunity. They've missed the chance to be able to stop that, as you say. Yokai drone too slow. Rumatic again managing to get something going for his team, but 4v4 and now 30 seconds to do something, anything about this.
He's just been staved off entirely here as well. But no, what are you doing? The bullet's giving it too much room. Rumatic gets away with the one kill, makes it 2 in the round. At this point, Murrah fought their way back in, and no! Naps catches Nevi napping. Nevi napping? Levy napping. And they managed to get the round back over. It was so well orchestrated by D+. Smoking out Rumatic, dealing with the warden so they couldn't see through those smokes, getting the plant down, but can't win out the 5v4. Well played by Murrah to fight back here, Tim.
It certainly was. You know, it was clear what the game plan was from D plus Kia, and that was to just get straight stuck into them, get aggressive, and, you know, try and catch them on the back foot, really. But Mer have shown, even with the plant down, 30 seconds to go, 4v4, they've managed to get it done. So D plus Kia, maybe back to the drawing board there. It's not going to be as easy as you might have thought. You know, I picked up on other players needing to step up alongside Rumatic as well. Naps have done exactly that there. Manages to get himself a double. This is good stuff for Mer to start things off. But it was the site we would expect them to be winning.
Horse Rider Geordie just popped up in chat. I bet Tim dresses up as Pulse for Halloween.
Well, it's funny you should say that. I don't specifically dress up as Pulse, but I have dressed up as Pulse on broadcast before.
I can just imagine like a zombified, mangled Pulse Tim, like walking up and just being like, not even like brains, like C4. Oh, that tickled me. Thank you very much for that one, Geordie. That really tickled me.
I mean, surely Pulse would be wanting hearts rather than brains.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah, he would be, wouldn't he? I still remember like the old like Valentine's cards we had come out of different operators and things they were saying. I forget what Pulses was, but it was definitely related to heartbeats. Oh, I can see your heart beating faster or something like that, whatever it was.
Yeah, something like that, I think.
Yeah.
They kind of write themselves. They write themselves to those ones. Right, into round 2 we go. Mer Gaming have got themselves set up on the top floor again. It's going to be bathroom and tellers is the site for them. But yeah, they've going to hold on to CCTV. They've got presence in armory as well, so I like this. They're paying a lot of attention to that top floor. We know how much use it can be. We don't actually have too much vertical destruction on the side of D plus Kia here, so it doesn't sort of scream that they're going to go above, but the vertical angles are less useful here in bathroom tellers than maybe ventilation and workshop. Not to say they're not useful, but there's just fewer of them. I would say you can't get angles into every single spot inside of bathroom. So instead, they're going to be going for more of a lateral push. They've got themselves established inside of customs, and they're going to try to work through with the blitz and get aggressive from there.
Absolutely. I mean, you've already heard one of the smokes coming out. That Warden of Naps have got to deal with on the other side. There's no Thatch like we were speaking about back on Cafe to at least deal with him momentarily. And now Naps is actually the one to find out a kill. It's Levy who's gone down here on the Ash. It feels like I'm playing ranked him seeing an Ash going and die so early on, while the rest of the team is still figuring things out at this point. But here we go. Nears into one more, making use of those smokes with the glass to find a kill back on the other side. They find a second as Mitty has pushed in upstairs. D plus Kia once again with a man advantage. However, it all fell apart last round and Falls caught out completely unaware. Mitty turns it into a second as he gets the trade into Rumatic. It's a 2 versus 3. Now they've really got to push in here quickly. Will he swing out in time before the flash goes off? Luca has still found his man, Mitty. You can't be letting that one happen. It's a 2 versus 2. Man on the side, Luca gets another. D plus Kia, the Hate Watch gang are going to love this one, Tim, because they've crumbled yet again here from a man advantage situation.
Huge performance from Luca inside of this round. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Is going to be taken out there at the end. 40 seconds left to go for Nears here, but look who he's up against. It's Guard, who's on full health. That's the important bit. Nears is very low. He's thinking about just teasing him, just baiting out the aggression with a plant here. Just let him hear those noises, force him forward. Is he going to try and stick it this time? I think he knows exactly where he is, but Guard does allow the plant to go down, but there it is. That's the win that was likely to come. He used those HP, went in for the fight, gets the kill, and it is another round for Mer.
And it's another plant going down and a disable being followed through by Mer. It's so interesting. Somewhat frustrating for D plus Kia, no doubt, as well, because they've started the rounds well. They've come with a good game plan. They've got themselves some kills that they needed. They've got themselves a man advantage in both rounds. They've got the diffuser down and still not been able to close things out. But I look at the small moments where that's happening. Luca in here, like, this shouldn't be happening. One, it's a free kill from Rumatic to stop the kill coming on to Luca. Then Luca gets flashed out, manages to survive, gets a pistol kill, converts it into a second not long after as well. Like, he should be dead here to Wright's bullet. I don't know what's going on, because you and I have loved casting Bullet over the years. He's a phenomenal player, but he's had 2 major fluff ups so far during this game that a player of his caliber really shouldn't be making.
Absolutely not. Well, here it is. I didn't mind talking it up at the beginning, and saying how those expectations were there for D plus Kia to be coming in and having an easy time of it. And I think that is, probably the honest truth when you look at these lineups. But remember what else I said, and that was Mer Gaming need those other players to step up alongside Rumatic, and they've done it. Naps in the first round with a double kill. Luca this time. That double kill from Luca was so important, Des, to hold on to Fountain, because it keeps Office in your control. It stops you suffering to those verticals that are there. Great stuff from Luca, and he should have been dead to rights. He gets flashed, he comes out with a pistol, finds himself a kill, just won't be moved. Absolutely brilliant stuff. I'm loving watching this at the minute.
All right, well, let's see if anything changes going into round 3, because D plus Kia have made the same mistake twice now. They paid the price twice. Mer have pulled off the impossible. Well, not really the impossible, just the very, very difficult, and made it look quite simple. So surely some learning to be done for D plus Kia here. It's at this spot at least. His army dug in on East, waiting to see the push come on through. Last time around saw, of course, set up inside of security. It's a little bit of a change here, but it's definitely going to waste some time, as D plus Kia are going to have to commit resource in towards breaking apart this power position.
Let's see. Did they continue with the aggression? Certainly feeling to me like they've slowed down a little bit here. They were keen to take those gunfights to begin with. Keen to try and take that map control quickly and work their way through. Look at the utility that's getting eaten through by the defenders here as well. Taking down a clutch drone, a regular drone. You know, really removing those intel gadgets away. We're going to have another clutch drone just heading on in, trying to steal away those electronics. If we have a look, there's not... I don't think a huge amount of value. Brava's always a great operator, don't get me wrong. I think she's actually one of the most underrated at times. But you've got mute jammers, which are going to make it difficult for her to operate. They can be stolen, of course. But then all you're really looking at is the yokai drones, which is going to be a big one.
Nice.
And then beyond that, there's nothing really else to steal apart from those deployable, the default cams and maybe the bulletproof. But yeah, struggling to get the work done. Nice opening kill comes in from Mer, but there is a response from Nias. 4 versus 4 as it stands. And it feels like a little bit of a stalemate. 1 minute 10 to go. And D plus Kia, I think, are just scratching their heads at the minute, Des, because this Mer side is throwing up far more roadblocks than maybe they thought they were going to. And actually, I kind of commented on the Brava, and we're a minute left to go, and the clutch is rolling round trying to find something, anything to steal, but there's not a huge amount there for them to go on.
I mean, Rubitic kind of living up to his name there. Obviously very, very close to sounding like lunatic. He gets the entry and then swings out wildly, like knowing that you're probably going to have someone else sat there watching. And probably realized he was dead to rights if he tried to run his way back through security. So thought, you know what? I'm going for the crazy kill. I'm going for it. If I get this, I'm a hero. Didn't quite work out for him as the second player falls on the side of Murray. Snaps taking a nap. Nev Levy getting him back for that earlier round kill. 4 versus 3. D plus Kia, as you said now twice, Tim, well, now the third time I'm saying it, have got the man advantage. And this is where things have gone wrong. We've got 15 seconds to play with. They try the drop, but Luca's just ready. They've got no choice but to drop into the waiting hands of Tim. It's like a piranha pit at this point. They get one back, but the trade is there. Where's the drop going to come from? Sure enough, he is in behind him. Luca holding down. We've got the swing coming in. Can Falls get the final one? There's only a second left. You've got to go now. He's left it too late. And Mer get round 3, thanks to a little bit of indecision being shown by D plus Kia.
My brain was just screaming at me then, just run away, you've got 1 second to survive. And that's exactly what they did. Mer 3-0 up. Who had that on their bingo cards? I don't think too many of us. This is a real surprise so far. But I also, if you remember at the beginning of this, said, I think that Border is a good map here for them because it takes away a big, you know, when we look at map choice, when we look at teams against each other, there are a number of like key elements that we look at, and strategy is one of them. How is the team going to play? And we obviously have teams, you know, generally the teams with more competitive experience strategically are stronger. They are deeper in terms of the options they've got. And I think by sort of pushing towards Border, you remove that element largely. As I said, because Border is such a small map, you're not talking about something like Nighthaven, where you've got 3 floors, loads of rooms, layer, you know, something with myriad strategies to be played through, to be defended against, to be thought about. It's not the case here on Border. Here on Border, the game is simplified. It's brought down to gunfights very, very quickly because you've got 2 rooms that you're going to fight over a lot of the time. It's going to be CCTV. It's going to be office. Doesn't matter which site you're in. You want control of at least one of those 2 rooms. So Mer can play around that. They know that that's what's likely to happen. If they keep control of them, and D plus Kia, for example, just go on a lateral push underneath, as we saw them try to do in round 2 through customs, you're just going to shut them down from above. No major problem. And so then they have to try to push into above, and you manage to keep hold of it. So just the fact that Mer are winning those gunfights up on top floor basically means that they start winning rounds. They're 3-0 up, and I genuinely think that the map choice has really helped them. I think if they'd have been against D plus Kia on a Nighthaven, on a layer, something like that, it may have been more of a struggle because, you know, a lack of depth may have shown, may have come to the surface there, but absolutely hasn't been the case so far. And yeah, I think it's been a great choice for them.
So far, so good. But it's a third round, Tim, where D plus Q have given away that man advantage and not been able to convert. Getting the diffuser down twice as they have, like, you'd expect a little bit more from them. That last round was a little bit more chaotic, admittedly, but you've got to see more out of these guys. They've got so much experience. You and I have cast these players for years now, it feels. They should be able to deal with a team that, again, it's not trying to put them down. It's just being honest about the situation. It's a national Korean team, one of the weakest, if not the weakest region that we have around the globe. They're making them look silly right now, Tim, and they're really putting them to the task. It's staying close when you look at the kills overall between both teams, but it's still the score at the top of the screen that matters the most. D plus Kia really have got to change something up here. Almost looking lucky there for a second not to find a freebie. The mute just spraying down wildly on towards the breach that have been opened up. So for now, D plus Kia taking things a little bit slower, but as the Blackbeard starts stepping on forward, that's when we're going to start seeing pressure. Here we go. Entry coming in yet again, Tim. 4th time in a row. They've got themselves a man advantage. What can they do with it?
Yeah, I feel like that's better from D plus Kia. They've got themselves the entry kill without really... I feel like they've been putting themselves into risky positions and Mer have been able to take advantage of that, whereas now it feels like they've settled a little bit and they've said, you know what, we need to play this safer. We need to make sure that we're going in there with multiples to guarantee wins in the gunfights, and we can see now the kills coming one after another. 4 versus 2 as Naps manages to pick up 1, but the damage is likely done here. We've seen Mer been able to win from man disadvantaged positions, but I don't think that'll be the case if I'm honest here. However, Naps does manage to pick up Levy. No, Nias cuts him down, and surely that is going to be that. Nias with another one. Big round from him, and D plus Kia, as I say, seeming to just wake up in that round and just lock things down a bit. It was kind of a enough is enough round for me there. It was, you know, we can win these rounds. We just need to put them in bad positions. We need to guarantee our gunfights, go in 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1, and just pressure them individually. And that's exactly what they've done. So a much better round from D plus Kia, and I think that'll give some hope to their fans that are watching this one.
He'd hit that shot then as he stepped out through the breach. Oh my god, that would have been transformational for the round, because it would have reduced us down to a 2 versus 2 with no office control coming in for the attackers. It would have been simple just to watch over towards main breach or look out for archive store. It would have made everything so much simpler for Mer. But thankfully, Nias is there to save the day. They finally get themselves on the board as we now go back towards bathroom and tell us see how things can set up from here.
But I will continue to say what I've said. There are other players stepping up alongside Rheumatic today. So it is at least keeping Mer competitive. 3-1. The thing is, they've guaranteed themselves a decent first half on Border. It's no surprise to see the attacking side winning rounds. Generally, the expectation, if you know, maybe not to, I mean, it is one of our oldest maps. I know everybody watching probably knows Border inside and out, but if you're not too familiar with it, you know, as on a competitive stance, what do we expect on this map? Generally, if the attackers can get inside of the map, so if they, oh, that's not ideal, is it? Naps jumps out and says, you're not getting inside. Takes down Mighty. Big first kill. That's going to be the Twitch off the board as well, so that's just going to give a little bit of safety for some of that utility. None of those shock drones going in to take out cameras and the like. But yeah, as I was saying, for the attackers, if you can get yourself established inside of the map, get a beachhead to work from, generally you will win more rounds than you will lose on Border. That is, you know, a huge first step, is get inside the map, get established, and then it becomes very difficult for the defenders. And that's why we see positions like this on East Stairs being so important, because look, you're stopping them coming inside the map. So whilst Mer can hold them at bay and keep them out of the map, they've got themselves a great chance of winning. And so D plus Kia just need to, I think, be a little bit more focused on getting inside of the map in numbers, in safety, and not getting spawn peaked.
It sounds bonkers. I've just looked at the stats. I was really curious. Border is actually our most balanced map. It's number 5 when it comes to attack or defense win rate. It's mental to think about that. As you were saying, like, historically, it's been one of our most attacker leaning. Here we go. The blitz is in. Full flash on to Coupe. Should now surely be dead. Sure.
It's got away.
He's disappeared like a ghost, Tim. He's been flashed out and got away. Coupe's got him with a shotgun. That is unbelievable. Magic stuff being shown out. Second kill comes on through. Everything's fallen apart, Tim. Absolutely collapsed in the flash of an eye. Love it.
That death for Nias has dropped the diffuser as well at Coupe's feet up at the top of East Stairs. So he just needs to try and hold this position. Levy goes in and manages to get a kill, which is a big one because it gives them access to that diffuser. But look at the damage that he's taken along the way. And you don't need that in a 2v4. They know now. Top East and CCTV break. They know exactly where these last 2 players are. So the Mer can just play this smart. Just hold their angles. They don't need to get overly aggressive here.
I mean, the damage is done, right? It doesn't matter that you've lost the smoke. You've killed 3 players.
I can't believe that play on the blitz. That's brilliant.
It's crazy. I really thought Coupe would go like down sooner, but I think the problem was that Blitzer steps inside, then hovered at the top of East. And as we saw earlier on, Coupe went down and opened up the floor from below with the shotgun exactly for when that would happen. And has got himself a freebie. Even as the Blitzer's round in the corner, he's in a spot to challenge him as soon as he appears at the top of East stairs. It was really well played by Coupe. He's made it look easy. Thing is now, though, Mer have lost another player, so we're down to a 2 versus 3. That clock becomes the 6th man for the defenders, though. So you can call it a 4v2 if you want on paper. But it's a lot of work for D plus Kia to do. The drop is in, the planting in the same spot as last time. No C4 available. Do they know about this? I'm not sure they do.
No.
Uh-oh.
Well, it manages to pick up one. It's Naps that's taken down 2v2, and all of a sudden D plus Kia are on the fight back, but it's not gonna matter. The plant went down, but the post-plant response was fantastic from Mer. Managed to get themselves a double. Rheumatic will go in there and get that disable as well. Brilliant stuff from her. It was closer than it should have been. In all fair, I've got to be honest and say that. There was a moment there where I thought, I know I said Mer didn't want to be too aggressive and, you know, like peek into D plus Kia, but I'm thinking you got to do something though. You can't, you know, you can't just stand in corners and let them have the round. Like, you got to do something. Don't go too far, but, you know, give them a little bit. But no, they managed to lock it out. 4-1, great start. This play on East Stairs, absolutely brilliant from the smoke. You know, showing how you can come back from what should have been a no-win situation for him. He's full white flashed. He's got the blitz in his face. He manages to escape down the stairs long enough to keep himself alive for that flash to wear off. Gets back and gets the kill. Puts the diffuser down. Wastes so much time. Takes away the spearhead of the attack. Brilliant stuff. And again, it's another player stepping up. I said they needed them. Naps has had his moments. Luke has had his moments. Now Cooper's had his moments. Brilliant stuff.
Who next? Who's going to go big for them in this round to make it a 5-1 half? Because that will be a very successful defensive half for Mer if we get there. Of course, I'm always the first to say it. 2 halves to a game of Siege. Mer could completely collapse on the attacking side. We don't know. D plus Kia could be defensive stalwarts and absolutely shut the game out and get it done and take all 3 points. We just don't know that yet. But at least what we're seeing in this first half, I think as you remarked earlier on, D plus Kia are showing the right stuff where on other maps it would work. Like strategically, tactically, it's looked great. But in these little micro moments where it's come down to taking fights onto certain players, that is where things have started to crumble. In a way, it feels a little bit like PSG Talon, our last map, where they get 70% of it right, but the last 10, 20, 30% is where things then start to crumble, where they miss little things and start paying the price for it.
Round 6. D plus Kia's last opportunity, I would say, to rescue anything out of this half. 5-1 is, you know, in no two ways about it, a loss in the first half. You know, it's really bad. If they can get this second round, go 4-2, you start thinking it's maybe not the end of the world. Like you say, we don't know what we're going to see in that second half. They can certainly fight their way back into it. But yeah, 5-1 would be a huge turnaround for Mer. So D plus Kia definitely need to get something going. They've done well here. They've got themselves established on East Stairs. It's one of those power positions. You got East Stairs, office, and CCTV break. So they've got control of one of those. It gets them a little avenue into the map. They can start then working towards office. They can breach the triple wall. They can start forcing players out of fountain, and that gives them access in towards archives and in towards site. They don't need to worry too much about CCTV break in that case. So it's something to work from, but they need to get moving. They need to start taking that ground because they're all still stood on East Stairs, and Mer are holding them at bay.
The thing is, Tim, they're dealing so hard with break. They've like, Selma opened the wall. They're about to use a micro EMP on it as well to deal with the mute jammer. They've done all this work to get control of security, but there's a shield sat on 90 itself looking towards break. And last I saw, there was a player posted on it. So they kind of need someone to go up metal. But look at this. Look, we've got Coupe sat in there covering his backside as well. So they've done all this work, but can't really step forward from break because of what the shield is doing to challenge them. You've also got Azam is challenging it. So they've dealt with the first layer, but now there's a whole nother layer they've got to worry about. And I'm just convinced at this point that they're going to really struggle to make this happen. So they might well be shut out.
Yep, they've only got 50 seconds left to go, and Guard has to be moved out of that position. Mighty is trying to lurk around underneath. I think he's maybe going to come up metal stairs and try to challenge from behind, but with 40 seconds left to go, there's barbed wire there as well, so they'll know he's coming. It's going to be an essential fight for the Ace to win, and forget about it. They're aware. Mer have got this on lock. 4v4, 30 seconds left to go. D plus Kia are in trouble.
Beautiful stuff. And now we've got Levy behind them, which that single shot just gives away his position. Two players coming in behind them here. They've got to be mindful of that. Coupe could get shot in the back here. If he's not careful, he needs cover from others on side. No, Naps is getting shot underneath. Naps, no, get off the cams, bro. Loses his life for that one, at least down onto his backside as the plant goes down. Bullet waking up here and making some magic happen. It's a thought going down for a second, but the fight back begins, Tim. It's a 2 versus 2, and Coupe's got the right idea. There is one rounding, but he had no idea where Bullet was coming from. Pays the price, and Luke has got to do it against 2. Can't even do that. Nias gets the close. Round done.
Yeah, Mer unfortunate there. They had everything they needed to win the round. They'd done brilliant. At the point where they get that kill onto Metal Stairs, they've still got the shield towards top east. You're looking at that thinking, wow, this is going to be real difficult for D plus Kia, but they go in, they win a couple of key gunfights, and they create that space to put the diffuser down, and Mer just unable to hold on. I think they'll be kicking themselves a little bit for that, because they'll know that the opportunity was there to win the round, but not to take anything away from D plus Kia. It was a great attack from them. They made it work despite the difficulties. So they get themselves, I think, you know, the best of a bad situation there with the 2-4 and heading towards this second half. We're going to have the double shield ban, Monty Blitz, more what I expect. If you're going to take shields out, take them all out. We'll likely see the Blackbeard as the third ban as well. So it's just going to be maybe a little bit easier for D plus Kia on the defense, not having to deal with too many of those shields.
Ooh, delicious. Speaking of shields, I need to correct myself. It was Kiba barriers that he was sat behind rather than shields in that previous round on 90. But point kind of stood. It was. I liked the attempt, to be fair, out of D plus Kia as well, because they smoked that out on their attempt to push up metal. They were trying to cause a little bit of distraction, a little bit of panic. But as we saw, Coupe was just ready for the whole thing. Still, as you said, getting those 2 rounds, it's going to feel massive for D plus Kia, because they have been battered and bruised and bullied throughout most of that first half. Now that we're switching sides, though, everything can change. We'll see what D plus Kia do. And as you've remarked, you're going to see those shields starting things off here. With that Blackbeard, 2 bans being taken away, you're probably going to see it banned as a third. Question then, Tim, do we see something like a fuse being brought along? Because this doesn't really feel like the map to run the fuse, at least to the gadget, but it's still a shield, right?
Yeah, I think as long as you're not attacking Armory Arsenal, I think Fuse can have some great value. Fuse is, again, I'll put him in the bracket with Brava. I think Brava's a fantastic operator. I don't think we see enough Brava quite often. And I would say the same with Fuse at times. If you're attacking vertically, Fuse has got huge value just because of the volume, the sheer volume of utility that can be cleared out. You can clear an entire site, both sides of a site of utility with the Fuse above. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all, you know, if they are looking to play behind the shields to bring that Fuse when they are attacking down into Ventilation Workshop, Bathroom Tellers, bring it along and get the Fuse charges working. As it is, they're going to lose the shield, so it is as good as banned for this round. 5 versus 4, and a good start for D plus Kia. I think we might start to see a little bit of a difference between these two sides in the second half.
That's always the worry. It's always been the conversation about weaker teams around the world is, you know, they can defend okay, but attacking is where they really start to fall down. I think back to years past for this region, and, you know, Fnatic are probably the most known name back when they were playing APAC North. A bit of an easy one there, as Nia's completely caught out, okay. But often where they would struggle is on the attacking side. They could defend okay, but the coordination required to attack really well at this level is where it starts to fall apart. I say that as they've already got themselves a little bit in the lead here, Tim. They've got 2 kills, almost lost 2 players in the process, but it's not looking good for D plus Kia, Tim. In the blink of an eye, 90 seconds have gone, and Levy is stuck in a 1 versus 4. And you don't need to be a rocket scientist to know which way this round tends to go from this sort of position.
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be a win for Mer on their first attack. Strongest site as well. Going to take that top floor. Absolutely great stuff from them to begin with. We see them dashing in to get the plant down. Not going to need to as Guard manages to pick up that final kill. He's got the cover, and that is going to be the round. And look, you know, I've spoken over the last couple of rounds, and, you know, I've kind of caught myself there thinking, you know, I'm still leaning towards D plus Kia here. I still feel like they're going to turn it around, but I think this is the point where we say, no, they are not the better side here. Mer Gaming has definitely come out. They have dominated this game so far. Credit where it is due. They've now picked up an attack. It's 5-2 on the scoreboard. They've got kills across 4 out of 5 players are putting up great numbers, and that's absolutely fine. Guard is, you know, carrying out other roles, playing a little bit more supportively, bringing the utility, such as the Ying. Absolutely great stuff so far from Mer, and credit where it's due. They look like they deserve a win.
Fair play to them. I think after that first day result, many would kind of be looking at it saying, wow, what are CAG doing? They're trolling. They're not playing very well. What the hell's going on here? I think from this today, a few heads might start turning and saying, you know what, actually, Mer deserve a little bit of respect. And I'll say it, at the very start, I was a bit like, nah, okay, it's one game against CAG. I need to see a little bit more proof first. It's South Korean national team. Playing a bunch of South Korean teams, not really played outside the region. They're against international competition here. Major winners, MVPs, falls as an SI third place finisher. You know, these are top tier players that we've seen on the international stage for years now. But they're being, dare I say it, Tim, and to be blunt about it, embarrassed by Mer so far. This is not what you'd expect of a team of their caliber. But that, I think, honestly comes down to Mer, who have played this game really, really well. As Levy once again is shut out of the round. It's the Warden falling down early. That's a dream operator to catch up, because now your flashes are more effective and the smokes in the back pocket and naps are going to have way more impact.
And again, it's Rheumatic coming in and doing the job there. On the Ash, that's your job. Go in and get the entry kill, give your team that space, and if you get the Warden, absolutely fantastic stuff. Warden or Smoke are the two that you're looking for as your first kill there. You know, absolutely brilliant. Takes away that utility. They haven't locked in the Ying. Guard was on the Ying, but switched away to the Flores. You know, they've still got a few flashes there that can come in from Guard, so, you know, still fantastic opportunity. Smoke from the Twitch as well. Bullet coming in with a big double, though. We know he's always got it in his locker.
That is what we expected to see more of from the whole team, truthfully, on the side of D plus Kia. They should be absolutely schooling teams like Mer. They should be making those kind of plays and getting away with it. Yep, 2 kills there, 2 players removed, Bullet making it look effortless. That's a way to turn the round on its head, and now D plus Kia are the ones back in the driving seat.
4 versus 3. Mer have to go back to the drawing board. We're going to see Rheumatic just take a little bit of damage from that smoke canister there, which more importantly than the damage tells us that D plus Kia know exactly where this push is coming from. They know where those players are located. They've still got Goyo canisters to play behind with 1 minute 20 left to go. Naps does manage to find Nias though. That's the smoke gone. I don't know how many of those canisters have been used. Minimum 1. But there could have been a little bit of utility just going along with him as well. So 3 versus 3. The fight back is on.
He did thankfully manage to use all of them before going down there, but it's still not ideal because, yet again, D plus Kia, man advantage situation, and now starting to let things slip. They have still got this one mirror window up, which they can play behind. The other one was shot out by the Twitch earlier on, but the one that they've got is still quite effective here, I think, for giving them that line in the sand that they can draw and not look to give anything over. This 1v1 forming, Rheumatic is rounding onto the corner here. Surely he knows he's got the right idea, but he knows where he's as well. Sees the shadow. Rheumatic finding his second in the round, and yet again, Mer Gaming are pulling back the round from a losing position with 30 seconds still to play.
Yep, 3 versus 2 now. An opportunity to think about where they can create some space to put this diffuser down. Bullet is inside a fountain. He is seriously dangerous, but after Falls is taken out, he's going to have to find himself a 1v3.
Wow.
Can't do it. Rheumatic with a double to finish. At least 3 in the round. No, he got the entry as well, so 4 in the round. Brilliant stuff from Mer. 6-2. D plus Kia, nowhere.
Just, wow. Wow. Rheumatic, the sub, well, I think he was even benched at one point for PSG Talon, put behind other players. He had 18-10 on his first day. He's now got himself up to over 10 kills in this game. He's absolutely flying. And D plus Kia, as you said, the kind of players they've got should not be letting this happen, but again, I don't want to take it away from the rest of the team there. Look at how many of those kills came off the back of utility or drone work being done by the rest of his team. You saw the flash for the final couple. Drone working towards the player inside of security, for example, making use of the shadows to get the kill. Just wonderful stuff from Mer overall. Looking really, really good here, as they did against Cyclops. And may well be one of those teams that we start having a conversation about come round towards the end of things, Tim, for one of our teams that make it into those top 4 spots, not only taking SI points, but also going to the APL major qualifier.
Yep, there's certainly a path laid out before Mer. They just keep playing like this. They'll keep walking along it. They are going to, if they play like this, they're going to get wins against other teams.
They've had 2 of the hardest games. Like, there's Fear X still to come, but there are other games. They could probably win all the others and make it into our top 4 easy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. You look ahead at, you know, the matchups, and if they can take points away from these games, they take, say, dare I say, they take 4 points overall from those 2 games. That's absolutely massive. 4 out of 6 points against Cyclops and D plus Kia. Like you say, you know, there's teams there that you then look at and think there's going to be another couple of wins for them, and they're going to be on big points come the end of this stage. So great stuff from Mer. Very exciting to see. You know, it's always nice to see those new names that maybe people aren't too familiar with coming out, putting numbers, putting performances up. So great stuff from them. Naps particularly really stepping up here. Brings the Brava as well, an operator that I keep picking up on. Very, you know, I don't think underrated. We know how powerful, but maybe a little bit underutilized sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, is going to be going in there, looking to take those F-Nats away, looking to take the bulletproof camera, looking to take the Banshee's mighty steps out and gets an easy one. Can't get the second,
Oh my God.
However, Levy does back him up with it. 4 versus 3.
I'm really glad to see the D plus Clear is starting to acclimatise to the region here and understanding the APAC way to play Siege. That was beautiful. 3 players all going hyper aggressive, and I love the use of the Oryx as well. Yes, it might have meant the Oryx went down, but the trade was there, guaranteed and converted. But Tim, I'll say it for what feels like the 9th time this game. D plus Kia have a man advantage, and we all know how it's gone from there. And
Like
we're
that.
down to 3 versus 3.
Kippy manages to level things out with a kill
Great
on
shot.
to Levy 3 versus 3. And this is where Mer have thrived so far, where they've got that kill, they've leveled things up, and then they hit the accelerator and they just start finding more and more kills. Nias, Foles, Bullet, they are the 3 left alive. 2 of them are above at the minute. Officers and Armory is their location. Foles is down in sight. So Mer has still got to get these top floor kills realistically. They've got a minute left to do it. If they don't clear them out, they are likely to struggle to get a plant down.
However,
They seem to be looking at going direct into tellers here.
yeah, the Warden's on side, so they're relying on the smokes to make me
Planting.
nervous. They're not even bothering with it. They've maybe baited it out a little bit using the sound of the tracks to try and distract and make sound here, and then they get away with it. Kubi's got the diffuser down, Smokers in place, but Falls not even looking in the right spot at the right time. They lose another. Yet again, the curse of the man advantage is biting D plus Kia on the backside. A 3 versus 2 post-plant situation. This one looks short. And Bullet, he's had a good game to him after a very, very disappointing start, but I don't think even he can rescue this one.
Nope, I would be very, very surprised. I've just got about 13 seconds left to hold on. Falls maybe takes the opportunity to just get onto this for the disable. After getting an important kill, he needs to just hold it. They're coming for him. Is he going to get there in time? No! Naps manages to just find the kill. Mer take the 3 points, and D plus Kia are nowhere.
Wow, what a turnaround, Tim. We said coming into it, like, Merv made these changes. Is it going to work out? Is it going to be another 7-2 on border, the same as it was last stage, but to D plus Kia? It's the exact opposite. What a show by Mer Gaming. I can't wait to see how they do in their future games. But we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, Game 3 awaits. See you guys soon.
You're gonna get dirty. Better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
Let's go!
네온 너カラム肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明 でいく笑顔、遠くになる瞳、曖昧な距離さえ甘くて、ほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて。
溶けてく夜明けに、これが最後の願いね。嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね。
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What? Wait, what is this doing here? Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired. He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
Oh, too salty.
Hey, what's going on everybody for APL Stage 2? I'm Dev Marta and you're watching Short Ones, the show with hot wings and even hotter questions. Today I'm joined by Enterprise Esports coach and Korean gangster, Mingoran.
Hello, chaps.
Okay, Mingo, so you can talk smack on Twitter, you can win plenty of games, you can coach your team to victory, but how are you gonna go against the fiery wings of death?
I don't know, Australian has spicy food. Sometimes Australian hot food is really shit for me. So
do you eat a lot of spicy food in Korea?
yeah, every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got 3 different spice levels, from mild on your left, all the way up to very spicy. I've got the same wings as you, but the difference is I'm not Korean. I feel like this is a little bit stacked against me here, but Mingo, we're gonna give it a go anyway. Mingo, when you're ready, please dive into your very first wing. So one of your favorite sayings on Twitter is positive mind, make good result. Can you explain more about what this actually means?
I was a baseball player before the esports career. Every time I think about positive thing, because at that time I was team captain, so I have to lead my boys. So I have to get a positive mind. But after SI, I talk about we have to get a positive mind, and then we just playing video game, and everyone get a no pressure, and then everyone just enjoy game, and then we beat OOBS and SI 25. Oh no, it's 25, 24. So at that time, my mindset was, yeah, just get a positive mind, and then I just believe that result. So yeah.
What do you think of the wings?
Tasty is shit. It's not good.
I think you need to eat some more. You see the spicy bit? Get as much as you can of that. Come on, you're Korean, this should be easy for you. So, you talk a lot on Twitter. You talk a lot of smack as well. You're adding players. You're saying that you guys are the best. Why is it that you love Twitter so much?
In my opinion, Twitter posting is one of part of marketing stuff. So every player have to posting something for after game or before the game. But my boys too shy, never posting about game, never posting about just IRL. Just I have to do that shit for organization side and then Rainbow Six Esports scenes. So yeah, just talking shit and then everyone get a laugh.
How does it feel having to carry the team on Twitter? Because no one knows how to talk or market themselves.
Sometimes it's boring, but yeah, that is my job, I guess.
Amazing.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back to APAC North, Day 2, here with me, Des, and Tim, everyone's favourite gardener. We're going into game number 3. We've had 2 brilliant games so far. The last one, I think, especially making a lot of people happy as Mer absolutely demolished D+ Kia 7-2. Well, now, Tim, We go into very much the David versus Goliath game of the day. We've got Enterforce coming up against FearX, and we'll take a look at Enterforce first, because as we spoke about earlier on, Sylvia has left the team. We saw them move over, and now they've got to find themselves kind of rebuilding what's going on. And I've got to say, more players have got to be playing in suits because Harper looks so dapper.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I'm going to agree with that. Look, I think this is going to be one of those cases, you know, there needs to be substance along with the style as well if they want to be catching anything out of FearX. It's not going to be easy. These are, you know, players that we are well accustomed to. You know, we know what to expect. It's just whether they can deliver. Akusu had a good first week, so definitely one to watch. But I feel like it's difficult to pick anybody for a focus here because of who they're up against. You know, it's going to be a case of everybody needs to be firing on all cylinders if they want anything out of this.
And if everyone's wondering, by the way, Harper has been with his team for about 18 months, but he's been a coach during that time. Last playing for D+ Kia, that was a long while ago now. We'll see what he can bring to the table. Clearly not being able to find the perfect replacement for Sylvia after he left. But let's take a look at their opponents as well in FearX. I think as many have said, Tim, this is now the team to be in the region. A very hard team to stop. They're no longer that meme team that everyone was like, oh, shouldn't be at events, always going home first. They're actually now the kind of team that could put on a very, very serious threat because they're this coming together of two teams that everyone wanted to see merge for so long in FearX and, of course, D+ Kia. Those rosters are now together, and they are putting on one hell of a show across both last stage and the first game of this stage so far.
Yeah, it's certainly, in terms of, you know, if you look at it as a project, you'd have to say it's a very successful one so far, isn't it? You know, it's exactly what we've expected. It's exactly what, as you say, a lot of people wanted to see, and they really have delivered so far. I think that they will continue to do so throughout the stage. Enterforce have seriously got their work cut out for them today. Not going to be an easy one. You know, if we look already, they've won 7-1 last week against Kinotrope, who come out and looked very good against PSG. So, you know, if we're looking for that marker of quality, you know, you look at it and think, well, maybe it was Kinotrope was an easy game. I don't think it was. I think it's just FearX coming out and just being that good, to be honest.
It was. I mean, you can look at the stats as well and see for yourself the kind of quality we're talking about here. Again, it feels like David versus Goliath, but some of these players that we're also seeing playing for Enterforce, you know, we've seen them before. Nina, fantastic player, Akusu style, as he used to be called, now as Akusu. Seen him do brilliant things back in the days of Veet, so we know there's quality on the team. It's just quite a tall order to see them bringing down FearX today, which is why it feels like that David versus Goliath sort of scenario. But we'll take a look at the map vetoes and see where we're going to. And I will, in a second, look at how these two teams shaped up back in stage one. But our map of the day is going to be, dun, 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 a little bit of Chalet, Tim.
Ooh, I always love a bit of Chalet. Second favourite map to cover, I think, at the minute. Behind
What's your favourite?
Labs.
Okay.
Not Avon. I absolutely love Labs at the minute. But it's a very close run thing between that and Chalet. I love playing both of them. I love covering both of them when we cast it. So, yeah, looking forward to this one. I don't think it's going to be an easy one for Enterforce to come into. It's the kind of map that somebody like FearX, they're just going to have it, you know, very much locked down. And the reason that it's going to be difficult for Enterforce is particularly when FearX are on the defense, which I think they're starting on, it makes it really difficult for them because FearX are going to use the entire map. So when you're down in basement, you're going to see FearX up on that top floor. You're going to see him in library. You're going to see him in games. You're going to see him in dining. You're going to see him all over the place. And there's going to be a lot of work for Enterforce to do. And that's going to be the same wherever they are. Bar and gaming, they'll be up above in library. They'll be out in master. They'll be over in trophy. They'll just spread themselves and make it really, really difficult. And they'll just give Enterforce like problem after problem to solve. And so definitely watch the clock. That's going to be a big factor, I would expect, here as well. Yeah, going to be Enterforce going to need to move quickly and decisively. And that's where I think, you know, on the attack, teams tend to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, even looking back at recent results on this map, like FearX, they're 3-0 on it over the last 6 months. Yeah. It's a great map for them. It does mean there's quite a lot of footage, though, for the other sides have gone back and done a little bit of studying on, to be fair. But look at FearX's result, though. It was 8-7 they beat D+ Kia on. So, again, 15 rounds there you can look at. A close game anyway. You look at the last game that Enterforce played, also against D+ Kia. They lost it 7-3. They got absolutely battered on this map. Granted, that was slightly under the old roster. It was when Sylvia was around, who had a pretty poor game. Yamada, who got replaced by Mugi, was also on the team as well. So there have been a couple of changes here that could have a little bit of an impact and see their Chalet game take it up another level. But it does, again, as I said earlier on, feel a bit like David versus Goliath. As good as some of these players might be, FearX are that team that I don't really see most, if not any, teams beating throughout this stage.
everybody expects VRX to be top of the pops, number one from the end of the stage, I think. You know, in reality, that is the expectation. I think anything less for them is almost a failure. You know, that's the reality of how good this team is. You know, in terms of the region, it's not to disparage anybody else. Teams are more than capable of coming in and getting a win, but if they're going to do it, you better believe they need to be playing at the absolute top of their game in order to do so, and that, you know, wouldn't be our expectation for VRX to be losing those matchups. So we'll get into this one on Chalet. We're going to see the bans come in. Enterforce are going to take away Azame. VRX not wanting to play against the Blitz, and see whether a second shield comes in as their ban or not.
Must be, really.
That trend, I would expect so. No, they're going to take away the Ying, so that is going to leave some shield options for Enterforce should they choose to use them. The Mirror going alongside this army, very popular at the minute, so no surprises there.
It kind of says, you know, not really worried about shields per se, but more worried about the pace of the Blitz. You're taking away the Blitz only, it's because of exactly that. You don't mind the Monty, quite slow. Don't mind the Blackbeard, relatively slow. Do mind the Blitz, pretty quick. So that being taken away, I think, is more to try and control the game a little bit better on their side, try and keep things a little bit slower, and let them control the tempo of how things play out. So VRX starting out on the defense, Enterforce are kicking things off on the attack. Let's see what they can cook up here, because, again, you're against pretty stiff opposition and a team that love this map. As I've already remarked, over the last 6 months, VRX haven't lost this map. They're 3-0 on it. It's definitely one of their playgrounds. However, it was close against E+ Kia, that 8-7 scoreline. Probably got a little glint in the eye of E36, who feel, actually, there's something here. We can take this away from them.
Yeah, one of the reasons that I like Chalet so much as well, talking about the map, is the fact that it's not one of the only maps. There are plenty of maps where, you know, there's a lot of viability for the sites, but I feel like Chalet has the most sort of viable 4 sites, if you will. You know, literally any one of these sites can be a great site. There's no problem whatsoever. So you just don't know where teams are going to start. You don't know what the rotation's going to be, where they're going to go. Are they going to play all 4? Are they just going to play 3? You know, you really don't know, and they can kind of pull out anything. And that's what I love about Chalet. We'll kick things off on the top floor, so I would expect to see some pressure from Library side as well. They've already gone straight up onto solo window and double window. It looks like they might actually leave that side of the map alone for the time being, but that'll give VRX a little bit of an opportunity to use that space as well.
Interestingly, Tim, I think it's the only map across the stage globally that hasn't been played so far. Every other map has been seen at least once, but Chalet hasn't, and now we have broken that stat line. Every map has been seen, which is always going to be good news. So we get to be, I won't quite say a world first here, Tim, because it doesn't quite feel like the sort of accolade that you want to be carrying. Oh, I saw a map for the first time, but hey-oh, that's what we're going to find ourselves with. Almost we stepped though, minutes gone by, a lot of droning work going on to kick things off, and you can see the players starting to get themselves into position. Put that phantom pressure on towards the office balcony door, with that now being opened up. And of course, one player on the double window repel, the rest gathering up towards Solar side. So very much this top side focus take. I think Akusu, as you so often see at this point, very wary of what's going on inside of Ivy. Players often jumping onto that window to challenge the player who sat on bathroom door. Ring kicking things off with the entry. Not looking too good so far for E36. 2 kills go down. As Rin finds a 2K with a single C4, and Akusu's single kill that he got back now looks very, very meaningless.
Yeah, that's 3 in the round for Rin. Make it 4. We could be on for an opening round ace here. If the others just back down and let Rin have his moment.
Maybe actually he's behind.
Could be. Akusu just looking to sort of slowly push forward. It's the ace for Rin. And that is how you kick off a game on Chalet.
Beautiful. Honestly, surprised we didn't see Akusu pushing forward a bit more aggressively there and looking for the fight onto half wall, because you know that Rin's below. You know there's a very, very good chance when that player's got a 4K, they're coming up behind you. They're not going to go off towards Library stairs and rejoin their team and play for a crossfire. The team has basically won the round there. You're kind of given the grace to say, go for it. Go and get your ace. Great way to start out the game for VRX, but E36, you can't really be letting that kind of thing happen. If a player's getting 5 kills in a round, something has gone terribly wrong.
Great start from VRX, and kind of played exactly as I thought they might. Woogieman down in the basement, Rin underneath, just one over in Library. Like I said, using the entire map, making it difficult for Enterforce, giving them plenty of jobs to clear. And as you saw, Enterforce can absolutely, in those situations, try to just play directly towards site. They just try bathroom window, solar, and double window, and just try to leave those players out in the cold. But look at where the damage it was done. It was done from Rin out in the cold. He still managed to, you know, make an impact on the round, get himself involved, get those kills. So this is where Enterforce need to learn that lesson of, you know, look, trying to go direct to site, trying to cut those roamers out of it, probably isn't going to work. If anything, we're just going to get bitten by them.
Absolutely. Well, we can basically ignore the first round. Well, we can't because it's on the leaderboard, but we can ignore it as far as gameplay impact because we haven't really seen either team be able to show much. We've just seen a bit of a Rin masterclass. So now we get a reset. We try things over again, and E36 have changed up their comp here quite drastically, going towards something very much more site execute, looking to make use of that glass, looking to make use of the Sense light walls, looking to juice everyone up on the step on fours, but at the same time, Harper's back onto an old classic. I think the operator I've seen him play most over time has been this Nomad, just looking to try and contain players like Rin and not let them pull off the same sort of play again.
Boogie already trying to get aggressive on that office door. Just sending in the nade, goes in, shield down, takes the attack. Nina manages to get the kill onto Rin. There will be no more for him, but this is the problem with VRX. He's backed up by the Woogie Man, who manages to get the kill onto Nina. Levels things out 4v4, but takes a lot of damage and will have to dip back out of that fight. Good Boy steps up, and this is the problem when you play VRX. Yep, you got some shots onto Woogie Man, so Good Boy and Mephi step up and get kills each, and it's 4 versus 1 in the blink of an eye. VRX looking great.
Yes, just for a second when you really thought you might start to see something cooking there. I mean, it's fair play to Harper. He's got a couple. Now, I know I said last round, you kind of give Rin the grace to go and try and collect that ace. At this point, you peel back. You play for the crossfire. You play as a team. Let's not start giving away needless rounds. We've seen teams around the world get a little bit overconfident in some games when they started to find themselves coming out ahead and start bleeding out rounds. VRX here, don't really want to be doing that.
Gonna get himself straight inside a trophy, take a little bit of damage from the barbed wire. Needs to find this first 1v1 essentially. Then it becomes a lot more doable. The Banshee is going to give away the position. They know that he's out on solar stairs. It's definitely doable here for Harper, but he needs to just be patient. The message at the minute is going to be, that's beautifully baited from Harper. He manages to get it, and that is really well played. And the reason why is he knows what the comms on the side of VRX. He beat me to it in saying it. The message there is from one to the other, swing on my contact. When I fire, you swing. And Harper knew that. So as soon as those first shots comes in, he knows he's getting swung from that door on the left. And he wheels around and finds his kill, and then he's got his 1v1. That is big brain play from Harper. That is experience. That is understanding what the other team is going to do in that situation. Absolutely beautiful stuff. It was almost as if he could hear their comms and knew what was coming. Beautiful from Harper.
That's my coach. That's my coach, Tim. Got tingles seeing that. Not forgetting, of course, that he used to be on this roster as well. Not as VRX, but way back in the day when they were Sandbox, and prior to that, Cloud9, and everything else and in between. He used to play on this team. Of course, the players have all changed since then, but I guess for him, that one felt pretty damn good to be able to achieve. Great stuff. You've had a Rin round, we've had a Harper round. It should be 2-0 VRX, but it is not. Tim, look at what we're getting in this round. We're getting to see a little bit of Denari being rolled along here by Mephi. Very curious to see the use case because not seen tons of it around the world just yet. I think we've really seen players torn by it. Like I've seen Super, the coach of my mind has gone completely blank. Shopify. He was saying actually not that powerful right now. I think Pengu was saying, yeah, absolutely nuts, needs a nerf. So we've really seen the jury still being out on whether or not Denari is really, really good or not. He is a very, very creative use case and being used to enhance what is a very, very common setup here on this Mez balcony.
Yeah, I think it was, I know Pengu had mentioned the reactivation times as being, you know, part of the, but obviously we saw that nerf come in where it was extended. So I think, you know, we have seen those alterations to Denari and maybe in a, we'll see as time goes on, a better position. Obviously, it's the positioning of the gadgets that is the interesting one. I think one of the most effective we've seen so far is using them on the stairs, kind of just burying them, you know, right in the kind of crease of the stairs, if you will, so you can't really see them very well. Rim manages to pick up an easy one, as you say, takes down a Kusu, so that's going to leave them without the Dokube. Big loss of them phone calls, and as soon as VRX recognise that, they are going to be out on the roam. They are going to be making a nuisance of himself. Woogie Man gets one. It's more of the same from VRX. I think they know that losing that last round was probably an outlier, and they can keep just playing the way they are, and they will win more rounds than they lose. I
mean, I don't want to be too harsh, but what on earth are Enterforce playing at? Like, 2 of those 3 deaths have taken so far were players just completely oblivious and blind to what was going on. One on rappel, getting run out on by double door. Where are the drones inside the lobby to see that coming? You've got dead players that should be able to watch it. Akusu charging up in towards Solar. Okay, granted, it's the other side of the map. You might not expect to see a player holding Solar so aggressively, but where are the drones? Why are we rushing? You're on the Dokkaebi. What's going on? They've paid the price here through just being a little bit lazy about things, I think, and not playing as a team. That's cost them 2 kills in the round, and now FearX are once again in the driving seat there, the one with the 2-man advantage. They can't really be throwing this round away the same way they did the last one. So I'd expect to see them tighten things up a little bit here and play better as a team. Don't give Jin and don't give Nina the opportunity to clutch this one out.
They're just working at the minute to try and find a little bit of a crack somewhere that they can start developing. Maybe find themselves that first kill. 2v3 doesn't sound too bad. It certainly sounds better than 2 versus 4. 35 seconds left to go, so it's going to have to be soon that they get things going. And FearX are actually doing themselves a really good job here, just keeping themselves kind of off the radar. Just looking to remove a couple of those Denari gadgets, make it maybe a little bit safer, give the option to go in through that window. But with 20 seconds left to go, I honestly can't see what Enterforce are going to do here to shake up this round and to make something happen. They've just been chasing FearX all over the map for the last 30 seconds. They really haven't had much of an opportunity. Mephi manages to find Jin on a trade. Nina gets 1. 5 seconds left to go. It's over as Mephi cuts him down, and FearX get round 3.
Denari still holding out for the entire round as well. Just really interesting how it's positioned. Because we had it in case there was a jump in from the double window on towards office bow, because you couldn't shoot out the Denaris because they were placed against the window. You had the ones that then ran through the soft rotate in towards library itself on the back of one of the units. They couldn't shoot that out either. Then the last one crossed down in towards the south side of balcony. So you stop someone being able to run in towards balcony and just charge on towards Mez without taking damage, for example. At the very least, it was kind of information being given over. So although we didn't really see it come into effect in the round, it's still interesting to see how they were exploring the use of the operator. Ultimately, not really essential because they deleted them with these 2 free kills they got so early on in the round. But again, it's interesting to observe and watch how it's being utilized.
It's certainly something I think that's going to develop over time. I think there's some, you know, real complexity possible with the Denari, and it's going to take teams time to, you know, really kind of, if they see the value in it, to then knuckle down and really build those, you know, opening up floors, opening up lines of sight for them, and, you know, sort of stringing them together. So I think it's something that's definitely going to develop over time, and definitely one to watch, different use cases for them. But for the time being, no success to be found for Enterforce 36 in round 3, and they just found themselves chasing FearX around the map, not getting too many opportunities to take those gunfights, and that's exactly the way FearX want it. They're quite happy, you know, to just move themselves around, keep popping up in unpredictable locations, as we've seen them do so far, and get those kills. So we move into round 4, and FearX, they will look to continue, or at least build, a winning streak of rounds this time.
Yeah, shouldn't find themselves giving away a 1 versus 4 again, and that much is for sure. Here we go. Let's see if Enterforce can do anything themselves to change it round. Second quarter, new site rotation, same site rotation, just obviously played in the same order as we saw earlier on, is what I would come to expect. And sadly, no Denari for us to continue exploring the operator and seeing the use cases that players have got in mind overall. But with the Monty on side, maybe a little bit more slow and control play coming out of Enterforce is on the cards, which I think they need, because as we remarked, like in that last round, two players being lost so early and so independently without any kind of team play or droning going on, that's the stuff that you need to avoid. And I feel Monty just kind of draws the whole team to not a halt, but they slow things down and often put all of their focus on him, and he's just died through a hatch from below. Very good.
Yep, that's going to be the Monty having absolutely no effect. Rim manages to get one. Jin gets one in the mess of everything else. Akusu 1v4 down to a 1v3. But again, just another round that is very, very unlikely for Akusu to be winning here. Going to need to round things off with a 4K overall if he wants to get it done. Coated has been downed. He doesn't know that, I don't think. He might have a good guess, given that he's not being challenged from there. Coated gets collected. Not ideal. There's the finish, though. 1v2. Akusu!
Come on now. I thought for a second then what's going on. They're looking at each other. Hello? How long did he have? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, so bad from his view, but I think from Akusu's, it looked like you've looked at him for a million years there. I hate this. When I play Rent something, for example, and I died to someone, I'm like, Matt, I didn't even get a chance to see him. And then I see the replay on his side, and he's got a solid like 3 seconds of looking at me, and I'm like, am I just
You're getting old, Des.
Right? That's how it feels. It's horrible.
People have a solid 10 seconds against me.
Yeah, but at least you got an excuse for why you didn't see them.
Yeah, very true.
I don't. I'm not half blind, so I'm screwed. Okay.
All right. Here we go. Round 5. Kitchen and dining. Fearex feeling and looking pretty comfortable at the minute. Very much in charge of things. Enterforce, of course, able to get 1 round on the board so far, but I certainly think that that is going to be the exception and not the rule in this one, because Fearex just look really, really good. It's like I said, it's just one name after another, isn't it? It's like if Rin doesn't do it, Mephi will, or Woogieman will back him up, or Quartered will get something, or Good Boy will come in. There's just so many great players, great names on this team that, you know, you sort of cut one head off, you know, you get 1 kill and then there's still another 4 to deal with. It's just so difficult. So looking at the side of Enterforce 36, what have we got on the lineup? They're sticking with that Blackbeard. The shields really haven't done them very much so far. They haven't had too much value out of them, so kind of a little surprised. I know that, you know, the value in shields in general, but they've not been getting it in this game so far, so maybe time to just back off that one.
Maybe so, maybe so. At least trying to move a bit quicker with the Blackbeard, but we'll see. Main thing for me is let's keep the Dockerby alive a little bit longer and make use of it. So far, we've seen Enterforce show us time and time again. Droning, I don't know if their like 6 key is just broken or something, but it's not really been a part of their wheelhouse. So I think having a Dockerby on side is a good shout. Make movements together as a team off the back of those phone calls coming on through. Feels like a far more effective... It must have bound it, Tim. They've got the keybind set up this round. Good. All right, we're on the drones. We're not going to find ourselves getting tripped up in towards library at the very least. The rest of the map, also got question marks around that.
Opening kill, I think, particularly important for Enterforce 36.
Oh, man.
Need
They see
to
everything.
make sure that they are not finding themselves on the wrong end of a man deficit. As you say, Fearex just play with so much intel there. The black eye cameras from Woogieman really doing their job and just telling them absolutely everything that's going on so they can start focusing their efforts a little bit more. It means there's areas that they don't have to pay as much attention to. The office wall has been opened, so that is good from Enterforce 36. You get that open, you force Rin deeper, as he's going to do, so he goes back into Master, and that now gives you the opportunity to open dining wall and think about a plant. So far, so good for Enterforce 36.
I mean, no one's died. They've used 1 phone call, still got the second available to them, which I imagine they're going to save for the execute. There's a mute on the other side. Of course, have to remember that being on one of those jammers, you get the little blue icon appear above the operator card, as we saw from Mephi a second ago, indicating you're inside of the range. You can either step into it once the call comes out, or just be inside of it anyway, and the call will be shut off or will not even ring in the first place. So keep an eye on that one. Starting to line up for what looks to be the execute. There's no smokes to play behind here. Well, defensive smokes, yes, but attacker smoke grenades, no. Still a lot of frags to use as well, so they can maneuver players on Fearex around a little bit, and they've got the shield to spearhead the attack. Outside of that, Tim, not tons to play with here for E36, and I worry it's going to be another case of you've done 80% of the job, but then can't quite get it over the line.
Yeah, Harper's in an important position here at the minute. He's the one that's playing on office balcony, so he's the one that stops them moving back into office and getting that vertical to stop a plant going down. Good Boy manages to find Nina. Mugi has not managed to get into a position to start putting that diffuser down yet. The Blackbeard gets a little bit more aggressive. Jin looking to work his way in. Nitro goes out, will take a lot of damage, but won't find the kill. And here come Enterforce. 8 seconds left to go. Plant going down. Nothing that Fearex can do to stop this realistically, or is there? They get the kill, but it's too late. 3 versus 3 now, Des.
That must have been milliseconds to that kill after the plant was finished, and now it's panic stations in a way. They've got to fight and go aggressive. Jin gets another. A C4 up. The second one surely gets the kill. Yes, it does. But Tim, the problem is there's verticals working against them here. Can he long arm this? It's behind it's behind the wall. Akusu's got to go quick here, Tim. Mephi steps out, but Akusu with the pistol gets the headshot. I was panicking for a second, then I was like, surely you play above, you play the vertical. Instead, it's playing the long angle and nearly loses it because of the reinforcement. That was mental.
There was a world where Fearex could win that, that gunfight particularly. But Akusu managing to get the job done. Look, I think if you're Enterforce 36, I know we've kind of been waxing lyrical about Fearex, and it's because the rounds that they've won have been, you know, awfully convincing. They've been absolutely, you know, dominant in those rounds that they've won, but look at the scoreboard. You know, history doesn't tend to tell us what
so
happened
close.
in the individual rounds. We just look at the overall score, and Enterforce are keeping themselves in this one, and it's impressive that they've managed to grab a couple of rounds so far with the way that FearX are playing. So, you know, props to Enterforce. They're keeping themselves active. 2-3, not terrible in terms of the half. If they come away with a 3-3 here, it's an absolute steal.
Absolutely. It's again one of those scorelines that I look at and say, well, it should be 4-1 because Harper should not be getting a 4K against you the way that he did. Should be, but isn't. And that's the crucial thing. If they do get the 3-3, like I said earlier on, it's generally easier to defend than it is to attack. I think you find Enterforce go on to the defensive side. They can force out a 3-3 there. We'll go into OT. Like, FearX will feel they're dropping points here against a team that on every other day of the week, you would say they should be comfortably winning this. But as it stands, it's looking like it could be a little bit dicey. We need to see a clean 6th round here out of FearX. Show us why you consider the best team in the region, and don't start taking your opponents lightly, else you will start dropping points. And although it's very, very unlikely they don't make it to SI because they finished top of last stage, they got those 300 points. You get 300 finishing in first place, 150 for finishing second, then 50 for all the rest. It's very unlikely they don't make it, but it can become a consideration. We never forget that it was actually this team, FearX, that beat BDS to get to SI by just 5 points only a couple of years ago. They know more than anyone how close things can be.
4-1 on the entry so far to FearX, something that Enterforce could certainly do to improve, give themselves a little bit more of an opportunity so they're not having to fight this 4v5 game all of the time. FearX locked in pretty deep inside of Library Box. They've got the hatch reinforced as well. And support from Mephi on Mezzanine. Going to be an important position. Needs to try and hold on to that one just to prevent that added pressure coming into Good Boy on the Fenrir.
All right. For now, at least, that peaceful, slower start. It's shown its fruits, I think, across the last couple of rounds for Enterforce. Have shown that not getting run out on, not charging in towards the map without droning is actually paying dividends. They're not losing players early on. Good stuff. Now starting to put focus in towards Library. There's one on side Mez, and they're aware of it. Mephi, oh, he should be dead to rights as Nina. You thought would have him, but Moogie's now got rid of Good Boy. Mephi got to win this fight, but no, Nina wins it out. Much better from Enterforce. FearX not able to deal with this slow building pressure. Downs his own teammate on the vault out of the window. Not so good, but at least he's still alive, Tim, and that's what counts.
Yeah, they're certainly at least getting back on his... Nina, I don't think Nina's in any worse position there, to be fair. Nina had taken a lot of damage from the shots being fired up at the window. So not the end of the world. Boogeyman does manage to take that final 20, finish him off 4 versus 3. They don't need to be going into frost mats at this point. Akusu back up onto 20 HP, but won't be able to run either, remember. The red timer above him shows how long he's affected by that frost mat. So he'll be leaving a blood trail, and he won't be able to sprint. So a little bit of a tough one for Akusu with only 30 seconds left to kind of get himself into this fight now. So kind of 3 versus 3.5, I'd say.
Absolutely. All right, one more coming back over to make it the 4 versus 2. Boogie and Rin both had some moments in this half, but have really got to pull one off here and upset the apple cart. Else it's that 3-3 that you're speaking about, Tim, and it will not be feeling too great. Not a lot of utility on side as Moogie gets another. His first 2 kills of the entire half have come in this round alone. Boogie with a free easy knife, but time, didn't matter that it was against them. A spray through the softball will find out the final man. And Enterforce get that 3-3, Tim. That does feel like a real smash and grab.
It's a robbery. Plain and simple. They've gone in there. They've just, you know... The rounds that FearX have won, it's looked easy for them. They've just been running around getting kills. Rin's had an ace. You know, they've been on top in many, many ways. But Enterforce have dug deep. They've shown some great resilience. And they've got themselves more than they could have expected, I think. More than they could have dreamed of out of that first half with the way FearX played some of them rounds. 3-3, absolutely brilliant for Enterforce. And I think, you know... What I say, nothing short of a failure of a first half for FearX overall. They know that they should be 4-2, 5-1.
Absolutely agree. And admittedly, now they're going on to the attacking side. This is where I think you're really going to see them show why they're the best team in the region. These top teams, you look at teams around the world and we speak about this. And I think over in Europe, for example, G2 are a team, Secret are a team, actually both of them do, have better attacking win rates than they do defensive win rates because they're just so coordinated and on it when it comes to attacking. You're going to see the same out of FearX here. And given Chalet is one of those maps that does err towards the attacking side, I think they can do better than a 3-3 half.
Yes, I would expect so, but I would have also said the same of them on defense, and here we are. So, Enterforce, the opportunity is there. That's the reality. The opportunity is there for them now. You know, I'm not even necessarily saying to go and take the win. It is 4-2 on defense, definitely doable on Jale. You know, but even just locking out a 3-3 and just sort of grinding a result out of this and getting themselves to overtime would be big, would be unexpected, and more importantly, it would leave FearX dropping points. You know, we say that we're looking at them as a #1 team in the region. I say all that. Rin comes in with an opening kill onto Akusu, and that's your smoke lost. Big loss to kick things off for Enterforce.
I don't hate the attempt that, I mean, okay, guys, we're trying too hard now.
It's over, Des, forget it.
I don't hate the attempt at the very start of the half to try and go aggressive. Like, why? Just why, guys? Why are you even trying? It's the right thing to do. If you're going to be able to trip on up at any time, it's going to be the very start of the half, I'd say, as they're kind of getting into the groove of things and you're not fully warmed into attacking yet. I don't blame Akusa for going for it. Jin, maybe I do blame for going for the second one, because now they've definitely put themselves in a heavily losing situation, and I don't think FearX are that kind of team to let this one slip away. I actually pulled the stats from last stage and looked at the attacking win percent. FearX, 57%. Enterforce, 35%. Like, FearX were just like at least 6 points clear of CAG, for example. They were by far and away the best attacking team we had. I think, again, you're going to see it show in this half, and they'll get better than a 3-3.
Nina just trying to utilise that verticality, just sitting on the hatch for the time being. I think just trying to catch anybody out as they move around underneath. But I don't think they're going to get any joy. You need to focus more. Well, they've just walked away at the wrong time, to be fair. Rin moves away underneath on the IQ. Doesn't find anything either. Like, ship's passing in the night. Good boy manages to pick up Nina. So that leaves us now 5-2. And as you say, FearX just starting to really get rolling on the attack now, showing why they are one of the best teams in the region. And why they are somebody that we expect to be competing on the world stage. Not putting the diffuser down just yet. Okay, is going to be holding to that, just waiting to get into position. In fact, he's not even bothering. He's just going to start bullying these remaining defenders. We're going to go ring around the roses here, but there was an opportunity. They managed to get on the flank side. It wasn't enough, though, and FearX close out the round.
That was such a smart play from Harper. If that came off, that would have been mega. Like, gets pressured inside of the hole, and it's just like, cool, I'm going straight through the rotate then. Came in behind, found a player, could have got the Monty, but I think there was the third one inside of Solo that had cover on them there. Yeah. That triple layer of cover is what you need in this region, because that kind of aggressiveness is what you're going to see time and time again. So, good try. If Enterforce had all 5 players, it could have been a different outcome, but it's exactly how we expected. FearX starting out their attacking side with a win, and they pull back into the lead.
Gaming and Bar is going to be our next site for Enterforce. They decide to move on, so it's going to be the age-old fight over Library and Mezzanine. We'll see how effectively FearX can close that out. They're bringing the fuse along, so that immediately suggests... oh, no, they're not. They're going to bring the sludge. I was going to say they're bringing the fuse along, which immediately suggests that they expect to get control of Library and that they're going to use those fuse charges to blow that utility and, you know, deal with anything that they need to down inside a site. As it is, they've brought the sledge, which would suggest the same thing. They're going to be looking to get in there, rip up those vertical angles. They've got the Nomad, so I'm kind of expecting from FearX to see them take Master and Office and move their way across, because you'll want the Nomad to block that area off, so you know you're not going to get hit on the flank. The area that you've claimed is yours to keep, so if you were going to go direct into Library, you don't really need to worry about that too much. So I would expect to see them on that side of the map. We'll see whether, you know, that is what transpires. They've got Mephi on the Blackbeard as well, so he's there for that roam clearance, for that direct aggression.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if they can step into this one and force a fight their way back in. But now, at least, it's ready to happen. 30 seconds in, it's all about that drone play. It's about figuring things out. And again, as a team like FearX, I think you're going to see that discipline being shown. They won't take their opponents too lightly, I imagine, after how that first half went. 3-3 definitely not on their scorecard for what they were expecting to come out of the game, but it's the hand that they've been dealt. I love how we've seen, by the way, since the change to Jaeger, where he can now catch basically every bit of utility. We're seeing a lot of Jaeger or Mai creeping back in, but not to the stage that it's like every single round like we saw during the utility meta. It's more like it's safe protection against the spam of flashes and things like that. It does give you more comfort, but it's not as strong as it used to be.
No, I think it's sort of finding a nice kind of halfway, really.
Yeah.
in between the two. It's certainly, like you say, sitting in a comfortable position. Twitchtron is going to go in and take out that bulletproof cam, so it's quite a big loss of utility for Enterforce. It was their one and only bulletproof cam, and it was watching over main lobby, double window, dining corridor. Plenty of intel would have been gained from that camera, but they have lost it to the Twitch of Quartered, who's going to be doing some real work, taking out as much of that utility as he can. He's going to be looking for those Jaeger ADSs. He's going to be looking for the magnets. He's going to be looking to take out as much as possible.
Really nice little overhead view about what's currently going on. You can see FearX starting to swarm and surround, but for Jin, it's an easy one. Can't quite get the second. Does the damage. Mephi, okay. I think he's gone in to try and rush and push further forward there, but has paid the price for it. And now FearX not looking so good in a temporary 2 versus 4. Enterforce the ones who have definitely got the man advantage. Definitely now 2 versus 4. Right idea, Cody, but no, don't forget to look upwards again. The man's being so defensive. Mugi expecting a push up the stairs, but instead, Cody might be sniffing around inside his sight. And now that prox alarm has gone off, he'll know exactly where he is. Does the Angel of Death drop down from above? No. Lets him carry on for now, but he's got to hug this wall and be so careful about pressure coming on through. Akusa getting one more, and Cody finish off by Harper. All things even once again, Tim. 4-4.
Yeah, this is running a lot closer than we might have expected. You've got to say, I think, you know, FearX are offering up some opportunities to Enterforce, who are more than happy to eat them up when they are presented. So, FearX, again, I just think over-aggression from Mephi on the Blackbeard. He knows that the player's down inside the window. He's just lost Good Boy next to him. What's the aggression going to gain you? You're not going to take control of site because you've nobody with you. You know, so as the Blackbeard there, hopping in through the window, all you do is leave yourself in an animation and open to challenge, and that's exactly what happened, and he loses his life. He could have secured the kill from outside anyway. I think he will likely have had a nade. If he didn't have a nade left to dump in, he could have just dropped his shield and took the shot. He could have been a lot more cautious about it. With him on that window, there's no way that they pick Jin up. There's no way that Jin crawls to safety. So, yeah, I just think a little bit too much aggression there. Maybe a little bit of a rush of blood to just, you know, he thought he'd seen an opportunity, but being solo in that position on your own, nobody else to follow in with you. You're not creating a wedge. You're not really creating any space. So, big loss for FearX. 4-4. And Enterforce keep this one not only entertaining, but unpredictable as well.
You start to feel nervous of FearX, don't you? A little bit like, guys, this should be one of those games that you're walking away with. You would have last stage. And don't forget, they've lost their best player of last stage. Sylvia obviously left and moved teams. So, a little bit nervous for them at this point that they keep on letting this happen. They're going to find themselves dropping points. It's not going to feel good, even if it's 1 point. But fair play to Enterforce. As you say, Tim, keeping the game very, very entertaining. Now focusing, of course, on kitchen and dining means we'll have all this focus on the top floor first. They want to stop any kind of vertical play going on upstairs, of which right now we currently have 3 players on Enterforce set up and stationed upstairs. Need to move them back, force them downstairs, whether it's pushing them down towards Solar and trying to cut them off from the trophy window, or whether it's just generally trying to get them down through the hatch. Either or, you need to get them out of here, because if you try and plant, you're getting shot through the ceiling. It's not a good or happy time for anybody.
Okay, let's see if they can hold on to that key position then inside of office. They do have the castle with Harper to support them. We'll see whether that is something that FearX deal with well or not. They've got Ibana, they've got Thermite on side, so they've got plenty of breaching options there to be able to deal with that. But I like this setup for Enterforce. They've got themselves in piano, they've got the deployable shield, they've got the presence inside of office. He's, you know, just pointing out there that my castle is being breached, but they've got the electrification on his double office wall, so he's not going to face too much pressure from that side, so he can just keep himself a little bit deeper. They do have the impact EMP on the side of Rin, who's currently over in library, so going to have to make his way across in order to deal with that electricity. But yeah, so far so good. It looks like it's still there present on the wall. They're just trying to shoot through from below here are the attackers, but not going to get the job done yet.
No, they really want to get hold of this right panel to try and open that one up, I think, to give them a more direct route in towards half wall. I mean, admittedly, we're not planting there, but it at least gives you more cover, so you can crouch through, be relatively safe on a step on through, rather than going through a big open hole off towards the left. But as you say, haven't yet been able to find that bandit battery, which means for now, Akusa can hold position, has support from these other players upstairs. Yet we've gone through 2 minutes, Tim, and these top floor players have not been moved by FearX. I fear they're taking too long to get this done. Oh, what a
Too
read.
easy for Jin. Akusu with a nitro as well. Takes down Mephi. And FearX might just be crumbling there. Surely not another nitro to come out as well. They haven't got that dining wall open. 30 seconds left to go. They're just going to have to try and push on into sight, and they're going to die as they do. Jin manages to pick up Rin, and that's going to leave us now 5 versus 2, and surely another round going to Enterforce.
Well, the boys are starting to cook at this point as FearX are starting to go ice cold. Tim, it's not looking good for them. A freebie here for sure as Akusu steps out, and for the third, they had no idea where he was. Enterforce starting to look like a force of nature, more like Tim. I'm worried for FearX here that they could even end up losing this game outright unless they sort something out now. Honestly, now I feel like it's the time for attack timeout after this ban because they need to get themselves back on track.
Yeah, it's certainly not been good over the last couple of rounds. FearX really sort of struggling to find consistency on the attack. Enterforce, that round was just, it was textbook. It was brilliantly set up. You want to defend kitchen and dining, watch that round back, because that's how to do it. They had the castle, they had the electrification, they kept Kusu in position underneath for as long as possible. He got the nitro kill. Harper held his position as castle for as long as he could before dipping back to master, and then was still able to impact the round. It was just great stuff from Enterforce 36. They kept that dining wall closed for as long as possible, and even when it was open, they were able to use it, by hugging tight to that wall and then getting the kill on the Blackbeard. Just every box was ticked by them.
Yes. This attack timeout has said it needs to get FearX back on track. I think they're probably their own heads a little bit now as well. For that first half, 3-3, not quite as you'd expect. That round then, the fact that they got stuck for 2.5 minutes and couldn't get that wall opened up in time was really the telling sign. And everything they tried to do, the drone hole, little trick they tried to play behind, getting C forward, they've really slowed things down on a map when they should be able to go pretty quick. And Enterforce are capitalizing. At the end of this end of round like 2K, I don't mind too much. Like, you're out of drones at this point. You focus on the execute, fine. You haven't really got a hope in hell of winning the round anyway. You may as well give it a go and not worry about having to drone everything a million times over. But they've got to get things fixed for this round. Let's see if that timeout did anything as we go down to the basement. And with that, I believe we've now seen every site, Tim?
Yes. Yes, we have. We've seen the top 3 so far being the common rotation, and like you say, basement will round things out for us. Enterforce, are they going to play with the confidence to get themselves out into the map? I'd love to see it. Get out there, hold top floor, hold a little bit of gaming, hold those areas, make it difficult, give FearX lots of problems to solve, because right now you've got them on the back foot. I like this aggression as well. We're going to extend out into Boiler and just make it difficult to get into Trench. We'll play behind that deployable. Great stuff from Enterforce, and they just need to ride the wave of momentum that they're currently on.
And long may it continue, or FearX fight back. We'll find out. But now we've got Mephi jumping across on towards the Deimos as well, so looking to hunt down those that are getting busy around the map. Don't blame them, because last round they were tortured by those 3 players playing off and around the map, giving a spot of bother, not really letting them get comfortable on an execute, and you saw how that saw the round being closed out, and sure enough, they started things off with another entry. It is where they've done well throughout the game. They found a lot of entries, but it's about converting the rounds as well. It's got to go both ways.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, the last couple of rounds have gone to Enterforce. Jin has got the last 2 entry kills, so that's at least something for FearX. They manage to get themselves back on top in those stakes. Mephi manages to hit Harper with the pistol shot from the Deimos, likely under track at the same time as he managed to hit him with the Vendetta. So that leaves us now 5 versus 3, and a round that you start looking, thinking FearX have got the space now. They've cleared out the map, so with only 3 left alive, Enterforce are going to have to start thinking about getting everybody back to site, which they do. They're all now in the basement, and so FearX have got just inordinate amounts of time now to start softening this site up, to start seeing what's going on, and to start making life difficult. But look at this, they've actually pushed back up here of Enterforce 36, 2 of them, 1 in library, 1 in gaming, just making things difficult for FearX. They're really trying to commit to that roam, but it's not happening as Good Boy shuts down Jin.
Really tighten things up here as well, looking far more structured and composed as a team. Kusu, open to be the rat, but as soon as he steps out, they punish him. Nothing he can do there. Mephi hits his second, and Mugi, who he had a quiet game until he hit that 2K, and then it started collecting kills as he's gone along his journey. Might find himself a freebie here. No, Rin's just ready. Back to that round 1 ace Rin that we saw. Even nothing in this round. Much more convincing for FearX. Up to 5-5 we go.
I think Rin just hearing a little bit of movement on the left there. Beautiful swing to 90 to that final stuff, and that rounds us out at 5-5. Who thought that we were going to see all 12 rounds? I'll all manned up and say I didn't think we were going to. Enterforce coming out brilliantly here, putting up a great performance and just a great showing for themselves, really. Looking at their result last time out, it was close against Scars. You know, the writing was on the wall for FearX that it wasn't going to be straightforward. It was 8-7. It took 15 rounds for Scars to beat Enterforce, and it's looking like it could be a similar situation for FearX. But the question is, can Enterforce go one step further?
Maybe so. They've got to bounce back themselves now. I'd say to themselves, a good timeout will probably help sort that out and get themselves back in the picture. Especially back and forth like a pendulum at this point. And honestly, overtime probably feels justified. I mean, one, we need an overtime, Tim, it's me and you, but it also probably feels justified given how the game has played out to this point.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Why not?
I definitely think that, you know, Enterforce deserve a bit of something out of this. You know, as the both sides, they both certainly, you know, put up performances. But honestly, right now, you couldn't complain whatsoever if Enterforce come away with all 3 points here. If they're able to win back-to-back defenses and get, you know, the regulation win on the board and get all 3, it wouldn't surprise me. FearX have, for me, been on a bit of a roller coaster. Enterforce have been more consistent in their performance throughout, you know, round to round, whereas FearX, it's kind of been all or nothing. It's kind of been easy round win or we don't bother winning it.
All right, let's see who gets themselves ahead and at least guarantees overtime for themselves and still being in with a chance, of course, to take all 3 points. That's a big one to remember. Effie cooking himself up at 12 kills here as well. Coated on a bit of a quieter game, sat down at just the 1. A lot of utility roles no doubt being played, but, you know, Mephi and Good Boy, the 2 players that were on this FearX roster before we had that merger of the old D+ Kia and FearX roster, the 2 young guns that were brought in. A lot of the older players moved out, shipped out, Tim, just like we would be. The days are numbered. But this, it looks good. This roster does look fantastic in this game, though. I think showing that there's still a couple of things they've got to be very, very careful of about letting games slip away from you.
Yeah, absolutely. That I think I'd have been shipped out a long time ago, Des.
That's why we're on the casting desk, Tim.
I'd have been put out to pasture. Put out to pasture a long time ago.
Those who can't play coach, those who can't coach cast, and that's exactly why we're here.
That's so true. Just here to get excited and enjoy the ride. Nina,
you can do that fine.
Absolutely fine, no problem for that. Nina just going to be taking a tight angle out onto that window. Again, just Enterforce digging their heels in, not wanting to move. They've got the damage that they've done to Rin. Harper has taken a little bit as well, but with 1 minute 10 left to go, it's taking FearX a long time to get going, and they're not going to as Nina manages to find Quartered. There is a response from FearX as Mephi takes down Harper, but it leaves us now 4 versus 4 with Rin on very low health, so you'd have to say advantage Enterforce.
And then 2 kills come to Mephi and things are balanced back at 3 apiece. Back and forth between the 2. You know, at least this round Enterforce are a bit more competitive. It was that flawless in the previous one. Still got a C4 to play behind from Jin as well. So Denial still to work with. Of course, has to be well placed, and Rin is a bullet from death, so it is looking good for Enterforce as we get towards these last 30 seconds or so. FearX have got to cook up something special.
Yep, they really do. It's going to be now setting themselves up in positions for long angles. You can see that Enterforce know that they're into the final 20 seconds. We just need to create crossfires. We just need to prevent FearX getting in and being able to put the diffuser down. They're playing the clock here. They're letting those seconds tick away and do the work for them. Jin had already set up the line, and he manages to get himself one, taking down Mephi. He knows he's going to be pushed, but can't react as Rin gets the kill. 7 seconds left to go. Woogie's going to have to think about this diffuser. There's the challenge, though. Rin onto Nina. Talk about leaving it to the last breath, but FearX might get it done. 1v1. Woogie sticks the plant. Can he come off and win the fight? It's now a 1v1. A ring around the roses. The shotgun comes out, but Woogie is there for the win. FearX get themselves the opportunity to close this out for 3.
The Woogie man don't let it go, Tim. He does not let it go. The fact that it came down to a 1v1, though, almost winning out the 1v2 in the post plan. Oh, heartbreaking for Enterforce 36. They could have been themselves guaranteeing at least a point from this game. Now they could be walking away with nothing if FearX can convert things in this next round. It has been, honestly, all the games today have really, really impressed me. I've really enjoyed watching it, from Mer's upset to this one. Even how we started things off as well with a more kind of expected game. Like, it's just been great to see.
Honestly, I think with their performance, played A1 and today, if Enterforce come away with only 1 point from those first 2 games, they're really hard done to be honest. You know, they've gone up against Scars, they've gone up against FearX, arguably the 2 strongest opponents in this league. And they've gone 8-7 in the first one and took a loss and only got 1 point. And the way they've played today, if they now lose this in round 12 and don't get anything out of this, honestly, they are really hard done to. And you wouldn't expect to say that against, you know, about any team really that's gone up against Scars and FearX. You know, getting anything really out of that is a bit of a bonus. But I don't think 1 point is bonus enough for Enterforce, to be honest, after the way that they've played. I think they deserve more.
Oh, he's got the drone. He's being sensible. Oh, why are you spoiling the fun, man? No, looking at another table at all the teams, you know, outside of PSG Talon, who today, they were 70% of the way there, but didn't quite have the end product. You look at all these teams and think, actually, every team is competitive. And it makes it really hard to think about who could be our top 4 teams come the end of the stage.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like you say, you look down that list and I can see anybody beating anybody on the day. It really is going to be one of those stages where we just don't know what's going to happen. Drone will be sent in towards Fireplace just to, I think, replace one that was lost. Just give a little bit of intel. They know that one's up inside of Solar. Waiting for the ping, hitting the mute jammer. It'll do the same job. They'll be able to tell them that that is where they are playing. A minute into the round again, it's been reasonably slow for FearX. Last time I said that, Rin got the entry kill about 2 seconds after, but it's been reasonably slow for the starts for them. They haven't been like overly aggressive on the attack, flying in, trying to get kills in the first 20 seconds. They're happy to work their way into solid positions. Jin takes a lot of damage along the way, so FearX starting to build slowly that momentum they need to get this one done in 12.
Yeah, and playing behind the Monty, as we spoke about back in like round 7 when they very cleanly walked through it, I think it's a good idea. We saw the same out of Enterforce 36, you know, slow things down a little bit, use it as the spearhead, build everything up around the Monty, so you're not finding random players getting picked up by roamers around the map, for example. It's good stuff. Rin on the Nook now, starting his march on forward, a drone at his feet, trying to start that charge on in. Oogie's the one who sat up on Mez here. Don't think he knows that anyone's outside. Of course, you can see the Nook plenty fine normally. Almost getting tagged out there as he steps on forward as well. Rin's inside a Fireplace now, looking to try and get the second kill off the back of it. Drops the hatch, I don't know intentionally or otherwise, but he's going to carry on his march on forward as Mephi gets Jin. That's the entry that FearX needed.
Yeah, you just feel like this is now slowly sliding in the direction of FearX, facing up to a shield. But here come Enterforce. They always seem to have an answer, but FearX, they take the blows and they fight back with a big body blow. Can they find the knockout punches? Corton manages to find a Kusu. It's all up to Nina, a player that we know is capable of a 1v3. It's now a 1v2 with Corton down. 30 seconds left to go. This one is not over yet, Des.
One in trophy, one inside a kitchen. Rin's got to choose where he goes here. They're going to push together. They're going to try and 2v1 their way up. Gets to finish off a little bit of info. They know that he's still near sight. They need that longer angle, and sure enough, have got it. They must expect that he's coming across towards bathroom here. They've got to get this angle, though. One's already inside, and Mephi's found his man. Heartbreaking loss for Enterforce, so it feels deserves something from this game. But as we expected at the start, FearX, they'll take all 3 points.
Yeah, FearX have shown there that they're capable of winning difficult games. You know, yes, last play day was much easier for them with a 7-1. They've been tested far more today by Enterforce and still got the job done, although certainly showing signs of weakness, I've got to say, throughout that. There was rounds that they should have won, but they made mistakes and Enterforce punished them for it. And Enterforce definitely can feel hard done to out of Scars, and FearX, with the way they've played, to only get 1 point has got to be a disappointment for them.
Yeah, well, let's go to a break. When we come back, our last game of the day awaits. See you guys in just a few.
about you. 처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까. Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타며 행복한 줄로. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까. 봄에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language. I know it's gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard. I know 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아. 어렵지 않아. 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도. Guess like I've never guessed before. 나 좋아하는 건 맞아. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭘 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까. 봄에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language. I know it's gonna be alright. I know it's gonna be alright. I don't wanna talk, I don't wanna fall. I know what I want, yeah, I want it all. Looking when I walk, here's my number, call. Pick you like a lock, just to make you crawl. Going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, but you did, oh. Nothing like you've ever seen, glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene, oh. I like the way that they drop that, turn heads. I like the way that they stop red. Who's next? Making you blush, give you a rush. Look at us, look, don't touch. I like the way that drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way wanna play the game, wanna know my name. We make it look so fancy when we're in the place. Stunning, so money, easy like 3, 2, 1 thing. Line I'm cutting, you love me, turn it on like it's nothing. I'm going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, but you did, oh. Nothing like you've ever seen, glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene, oh. I like the way that they drop dead, drop dead. I like the way that they stop red. Who's next? Making you blush, give you a rush. Look at us, look, don't touch. I like
Welcome back to Game 4 of Playday number 2 here in APAC North. We have had a screamer of a day so far. Every game has been exciting, fantastic, and now we get to end it on the El Clasico of Japan, KAG versus Scars. And Tim, I'm pretty sure you'll remember, throughout all of history, it feels like Scars have just always had one over KAG. Could that be different today?
Yeah, it does. Like you say, they always seem to just manage to come out on top, just be that little bit ahead. You know, Scars have looked good so far, but were taken to overtime last time around in Playday, won by Enterforce. So, like you say, maybe there's an opportunity for Cyclops here to get themselves in the mix and get a win.
Well, we've seen how good Enterforce have looked. Maybe it was a one-off. Who knows? We'll find out as we start getting into things. Let's take a look at KAG first and foremost and what their lineup looks like, because there's been a little change coming into this one as well. Blackray being replaced by their coach, DD, stepping in for now, seeing how things look. As I said, on Playday 1, things didn't look all that bad. A bit closer than maybe they would have liked, but still same old KAG, still same old winning, still same old expected outcome for them, Tim.
Anatun, of course, coming out and proving, you know, that he is such a stalwart on this site. Doing an absolute great job last week. 12-8, 3-0 on the entry, 86% cost, just effective in almost every single round that was played. Big performance from him, and they're going to need more. But as you say, you know, a team full of stars, really, that are all capable of putting up those numbers.
Absolutely. I mean, DD himself putting up some good numbers too, so certainly not a bad replacement, clearly doing the work for them. So very keen to see how he plays today. And let's take a look at their opponents in Scars. One of our longest standing rosters, it's worth stating as well, with Scars. Been together forever. Of course, the occasional change coming on through, but nothing too substantial. The core still remains, still same old Scars, still same old success. But like Cyclops, had an overtime victory in week 1, as you said, Tim. So both teams here, I think, wanted to prove a point today that they are the best team from the region, and they're going to have to prove it against each other.
Yeah, Rek having a big week. Again, Rek for me is a phenomenal player, but could be a little bit hit and miss. We see that sometimes he'll come in and can be a little bit quiet. You know, teams will maybe focus on him and kind of keep him holding out of the game. So yeah, definitely activating Rek is always a big plus for Scars. Getting him into the game, getting him active. 19-9, like what a performance he had, you know, last time out. Almost a 20-kill game. Great stuff from him, and they're going to need plenty more of that today, I think.
Absolutely. Well, should we take a look at what battleground they're heading to, Tim? Because for these two teams, they've matched up against each other so many times over the years that I guarantee there's going to be a repeat here, some way, shape, or form of a map they've played against each other before. We're probably also very keen to see if one team tries to go to one of their weaker maps to counter the stronger map on the other side. We saw this from Mer versus D plus Kia earlier on. So a band starting things off. It's going to be Border and Lair being taken away, and we can skip through to the end if you guys are ready. We'll take a look at what that final one is.
I'm not sure that's our actual map, Badness. We will see as we go. We've got Fear Exentifus, but we will we'll get the details for you ASAP. Don't worry, we'll find out exactly where we're going to be going. Hey. There we go. In it comes. We've got Border Bank taken away. Labs Chalet go. So we're going to end up on Cafe. We're going to have another Cafe today. Cyclops always pretty good on Cafe.
You know what? I respect it. Both teams know that this is the other team's favourite map. They've both got exactly the same record on it over the last 6 months. They're both 1 and 2 on it. But they've both said, look, you love it. We love it. Let's just show down on our best map. Come on, let's really go for it here. So I think we're in for quite a treat, a bit of a spectacle here between these two, where we get to see them at their best. Yeah, rivals from the same region. KAG always wanted to try and get one over on Scars. This is the place to do it. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's great. You know, often in map bans, we either get, like you say, you know, the favourites taken away and kind of a map that nobody likes and nobody's good at, or one team is and the other isn't. But occasionally, every now and again, the stars align and we go to a map like this, like Cafe, where both of the teams love it, and we're just going to get to see some of their best siege. So really pleased about that. Scars versus Cyclops, it's going to be a big one.
I was very curious actually on the overall series difference between these two teams. Scars have won 13 of them and KAG have won 6. So more than double here being won out by Scars. So there is something to be said. The KAG need to try and prove a point here and get back on top. The last one they played was, of course, back in stage 1. That was won by Scars, 7-5. On what map was it? Border they played on back then. So a bit of a different flavor to today's game. But again, KAG are going to want to try and prove a point. In fact, to look down my list, like, over the last 3 years, it has consistently been like Scars. Because there's been 1, 2 series, just one. There's been 3 series won by KAG over the last 4 years. That is terrifying.
I'm sure it's terrifying for them, loading into this one, knowing that they are up against the old enemy once again as they try to get a different outcome. We're going to have the bans come through. Monte, Capito, a lot of value from both. Still going to be plenty of shield options should Scars want it on the attack. And on the defense, Echo and Mirror taken away, which is going to leave the Azami in place for the time being, at least, for Cyclops. They want to get themselves up to Piano, I think, personally. Get themselves up to, if they're going to play top floor, make it sooner rather than later so that they can make use of that Azami before it gets banned out, possibly, at the end of round 3.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how things shape up then. I'm going to start things out inside of Reading and Fireplace. CAG on the defense, as you can see, and they are going so heavily into this intel denial setup, as well as giving themselves a hell of a lot of information. The Mutant and the Mozzie to deny it away, the Valkyrie and the Pulse to bring it over to them, to their side, but of course also the Mozzie capturing those drones away and being able to repurpose them for friendly use. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about there, Tim, is there's not a lot of things that stop Scars being able to aggress onto them. It's great for denying away information and reading into the fact that Scars like playing off the back of information, but once they start running at you, okay, you've got 4 C4s to play behind, great. But there's a smoke you can run behind as well. But beside that, I don't feel there's an awful lot to impede Scars. So as long as they can be careful of those C4s and dance around those a little bit, they're probably in pretty good shape to be able to get this done. It really depends how many kills CAG can get early on, I think, as to how this game's going to play out.
Straight away then, Scars heading on into the building. The Blitz is going to get super aggressive. How about that for a trade? Fishlight manages to get the kill, but DD pulls the trigger before he does, and the Nitro picks up the Blitz. And 1-for-1 goes again as Ayagator takes down Anaton. 3 versus 3 in the blink of an eye. We're only 45 seconds into this, Desh. You could be forgiven for thinking there was only 10 seconds left. Ayagator manages to take down Arcule. 3 versus 2. Plant going down. Scars sending a message.
I respect it so much because what was I saying? There's not a lot to impede Scars. They've got a lot of intel denial, intel of their own. How do you negate all that? You just rush at them, Tim, and that's exactly what they've done. They have managed to at least get a couple of kills on the way through here, CAG, that we're now into a 2 versus 2, but it's post-plant. They've got the outside repel to overlook the diffuser as well. This is going to be so hard to fight back.
20 seconds left for Chibisu and Sharip to do anything about this situation. Choppy's going to take a lot of damage there, actually be taken down by Sharip, so that leaves us 1v2, but this position on the window is the one that wins it. You've got 5 seconds left to go, and he knows, he's watching. They need to get on the disabled. They have done. Chibisu might be able to lock this out. He needs to move quickly. Wreck. Who else doing the business? And it was the perfect play, really, from Cyclops. They didn't necessarily want the kill off White Door. They didn't want to risk that so much. It was just keep him busy whilst I try to get this disabled done. You know, don't overcommit to it. If the opportunity's there, great, of course. A kill wins the round, but still, keep him busy at all costs, and Rek understood that and played it really, really well.
I have not seen a trade like that for a long time where a player dies,
I know,
the C4
mad.
goes off like just a split second after. Yeah, back to the days of old with the bug where it was like you could keep on mashing G key and eventually it would go off even if you were dead. That's obviously now gone. That one I think is more just like the perfect timing for the trade, if nothing else. But I think, as you say, Tim, like Rep played that super well. It was the right idea from CAG in a different world. You sort of let him try and get the kill onto the diffuser player, and then you see the swing come out a door from Chibisu. But they realized we didn't have time for that. We had to try and distract him as long as we can. He can't shoot at the player that's going for the disable. He tried his best, just couldn't quite get away with it, but super well played by Rek. Today might be one of those days that we see his consistency at a high, Tim.
Yeah, and that's what Scars need. Like I say, you know, activate Rek. It's not all about Rek. They've got a great team around him, of course, but if you can activate him and get him, you know, in that mindset where he's just doing those crazy things, making the impossible possible, those are the days that you're going to win game after game after game. So, yeah, certainly the fact that they've got him involved early on is not going to be any negative for Scars. As we head into round 2, we're going to have Cyclops trying to defend that top floor this time. They're going to go up there. I think I'm interested. They haven't brought the Azami. I'm kind of a little bit disappointed about that. They've been left the Azami by Scars. Not been banned out. Azami and Piano is a nightmare to break down. You can get so many of those keeper barricades up. You can make it really difficult to take a hold of that corner of the map, especially if you're supported by a player in Pixel as well. You know, you've got a Jaeger on side. Perfect combination. Get the Azami. Jaeger plays Pixel. Few ADSs knocking about. Beautiful stuff. But they haven't chosen to go for it. And if Scars are able to get control of Piano, easily here, then you start really looking at that and wondering if they've missed an opportunity.
Absolutely. I mean, for now, it's the IQ up on the roof, letting know where all this gadgetry is. So they at least know what it is they're facing up against. So I think it's pretty obvious at this point that there's going to be a big stack up onto Pixel, as you say. They've got the Malusi Banshees in there as well. Very much a change to the last round's competition, which was all about the intel denial. This time it's about operator denial, keeping them at bay, blocking away all the utility as loads is dumped over here on towards our Cully. As they all now start to expire, he's got to be careful for himself. Another magnet coming on through, but the nade has already got on through here. Down goes the shields and both ADSs. Great clear coming out from Scars.
See, this is what I mean. You know, you could have had that set up with the Azami supporting in Piano as well. You could have really doubled down on it. You know, I see that they've got a sentry there, and I know that's the deployable shield getting brought along. So, you know, yeah, you've got to have that in there, but I just think maybe a mistrick. But Scars have managed to clear out Pixel. They have managed to clear out Piano, so they can start pushing forward. But it has taken them a little while to do so. And with Shuri picking up that opening kill onto Choppy, that is a big loss with the Lion gone. No more EE1D scans. And Cyclops might just be able to hold on for this final minute. They know that there's one on the upside down repulsive, but here you go. By controlling Piano, you avoid that situation.
Did he just miss the drone that was watching him the whole time? Like, I don't know. That's a free kill being given over to the attackers there. However, Shuri gets one back. Still keeps his team in the lead somewhat here. Narrowly avoids dying towards the window. So now they know where one player is. They figure out where the second is. This now starts to look very, very simple for KAG to be able to hold on. Scars, we've got to see Irrigator or Washoy work some real magic here. Never mind.
Don't think that's going to happen as DD manages to cut down Washoy, and it is all up to Irrigator 1 versus 3. Sharif has done some serious work this round for his team. He's kept Cyclops in it, even when they lost control of Piano. DD with a double to clear things up, and that is going to be beautiful stuff from Cyclops. 1-1 as they hold on to the top floor. And this one, well, it's everything we would have wanted from the start, isn't it? Of an El Clasico, Cyclops versus Scars, and they've got one round each.
All right, so we've seen a little bit from both teams here. Scars in round one, figuring out the way to break through that very intel-heavy lineup. The second one being impeded a little bit utility-wise, but also I think just overall coming undone there. You know, KAG looking quite mobile, quite fluid at times as they needed to, and dealing with them really well. Both teams have shown what they're capable of. Now we go down towards Kitchen, which might demand a little bit more of a full map clear. So yes, it's a hover for now, but likely we see Fishlight stick on that fuse, for example, make use of the gadgetry, make use of the shield, and then make an execute happen. Oh, got to get a Brava in, surely now you've seen the Maestro, right? Surely. Unless you hit Anderton away, but I don't imagine they have. Oh, no, they have. They're hiding him, yeah. There we go.
Yeah, clever move from Cyclops there. They know what's going to happen as soon as that Maestro gets spotted. Got about 10 seconds left to keep him hidden until the point whereby the attacker repick will no longer be active. But
found him.
They've seen him, and in comes the Brava. Washoy makes that change across, and that is no surprise at all.
It is that constant risk that you run. If you want to keep as many drones as you can alive by being outside of the site, you won't always know what you're coming up against. And if you don't deal with the Maestro with the Brava, it is ridiculously frustrating to try and deal with those evil eyes at the best of times. Yep. Used to be you could bring along like an Astra or Zofia and deal with it, but now there's so many of them to worry about, as well as things like Wamais you see being scattered into lineups every now and then. It becomes hell on earth trying to deal with them, and they always torch you when it comes down to the round end. Well, I like that at least they've committed the drones there and said, you know what, let's go and find out what's going on. Let's bring along the Brava to deal with it. Good change over by Scars.
Yep, absolutely. That just recognising that potential opportunity for weakness on the side of Cyclops, but I'm going to have to put those clutch drones to good use and make sure that they are capturing the Evil Eye bubbles to be able to make use of them. Now, getting themselves straight into top floor. Scars are not holding back on the pace at the minute. Choppy is in there on the book. Don't want to lose him. They're going to need him for that vertical, but they do have Wreck as the backup on the sledge. So just going down, looking to secure. This shows confident droning because they are obviously very happy that there's nobody ahead of Choppy. They're just wanting to try and lock down that bottom white stairs so they don't get any pressure from VIP. And this is it. They are in, and they're going to start working, and that's early. They're doing the verticals at 145, 150. They are shifting here.
They are. Good stuff. Again, probably reading into the fact there's no roamers around the map and knowing what kind of comp they're up against because they saw so many of them during the prep phase, you know that it's very, very unlikely that outside of maybe the Ella, maybe the Fenrir, you're not going to see many roamers around the map. So having that knowledge on side and probably seeing those two operators around sites itself That's a good chance for you to go, cool, let's get in there, start getting the work done now and getting ourselves ready. Watch out for Fishlike, of course, and those gadgets coming on through, because that can destroy a lot of utility on site, including those evil eyes that we were speaking about.
Chibisu's currently the one playing inside of VIP, as you would expect for the Warden, but he doesn't have a deployable shield. There's not one been brought along by the team, so he may just be a little bit exposed in VIP, and it's something that Scars could look to take advantage of. Get in there, make his life difficult. Really cannot find those Maestro cams. Will manage to grab one. He's going to look for more, but for the time being, we'll just leave it as a little intel position there to feed information as to what's happening in the back of kitchen near that plant spot, but need to deal with Chibisu.
But for now, he's just like, nope, I'm dug in nice and safe, and I ain't going nowhere. Ayagator almost losing his life, and then finally does. Shuri on for another entry, and Chibisu swings the corner. Beautiful stuff, and he's got him as well. Got the down. I don't think he even realized at first. But of course, as those glasses came on, he realized exactly what he'd accomplished. And Kag have completely shut Scars out to outside of that blitz that we saw in round 1, where they just completely ignored the setup coming out of the side of Cyclops. Scars are struggling to find their way into this game. Cyclops looking pretty damn good on the defense.
Yeah, they are. They're looking a little bit weak overall, in honesty, Scars. Like you say, you know, you can kind of write off that first round. I'm not saying it wasn't well played, but you've always got a chance when you play a rush. You know, if the team aren't ready for it, you can kind of run over them. But when we've got down to sort of quote-unquote proper siege in round 2 and 3, where they've had to break down a defense, where they've had to work their way through, where they've had to clear positions, Cyclops have absolutely had the advantage, played it really well. Chibisu, big shout out to him through that round. Not often do we see players pushing out a VIP and getting aggressive like that. It's usually a position that you dug into and that you try to survive, but he manages to find himself 2 from there, and it just really broke the back of the Cyclops attack. So great stuff from the Warden, and perfect round from Cyclops, looking great in round 3.
Yeah, looking comfortable, I think, is the most important part. Like, yeah, you get the trap sprung on you back in round 1. It wasn't like miles away from you being able to pull it back, but since then they've just looked extremely comfortable. I'm gonna go back towards a similar comp here. It looks like actually the Mute and the Mozzie coming on side again, so leaning in towards that Intel denial, the double C4 they've got, but not going the whole hog and saying let's bring Pulse and the Valkyrie as well, instead making a couple of other changes. And I think they're reading towards bringing the Warden each round is also proving really effective too. Of course, that's a C4, but you deal with things like the flashbang, like a potential Ying play that can come out. They've just got answers to anything really that Scars can throw at them. Might not be leaning too hard into any given direction, but at the very least, it gives problems that Scars have to try and work through. And so far, it's shown they can't quite work through them.
Let's see if they can make a change to that in round 4. They've brought the Raura along this time. We've spoken about the Raura earlier today, how it's a little bit of a situational, a little bit of a niche pick of an attacking operator, but can have some real value, can create space for you, particularly. And we'll see, keep an eye on Fishlike, where those barricades get deployed, how they try to use them. I mean, here in this situation, there's a few obvious doors to try and create that space inside of mining for a plant to go down.
First and foremost, got to be those verticals, right? That's why you got your Ram on side. So, yeah, we spoke about the Raura earlier. Situational. On here, I think it's kind of obvious what you're looking to try and do. Problem is, you've of course got Shuri on red, who's now opening up a hole so you can see straight in towards the window. So there'll be no nasty surprises there. You could make use of the Raura more for the vertical control if you wanted, but no, Tim, it's rush time. We're going straight in. All the smokes are down. All the Rauras are coming out. They're just going to go straight in for this one, surely. But Fishlike, more of a bait, actually. Haven't made a play off the back of it, but haven't killed anyone either.
The question that you now ask is, are they going to have the utility to actually get a plant down? Because, like you say, they've thrown a lot of it in there. Looking, they've still got a couple of flashbangs, but they've got no smokes left. They've got a couple of nades, so they do still have some utility to play behind. 3 Raura barricades as well. So definitely have what they need. I think they were just trying to maybe bait out the nitros there. There's 3 of them on side from Cyclops, none of which were used. I love that from Cyclops. They haven't bitten, they haven't taken the bait, and they've still got their utility in return.
I think I may be getting this completely wrong, but I don't know if can you pick up Rauras? You know, I haven't played her, so I actually don't know if you can pick up the Raura gadgets. I swear he had one down, and then it's now come back. He's got 3 in back pocket now, right? I want to say, and I didn't see it, so I don't want to commit to it, he may have mucked it up and put the Raura on the external facing window. That's why they had to pause the whole attack. And now, at least now they've started to blitz their way through and completely changed their angle of attack, and they've made it work at this point. Arcoli getting one back, but Choppy's there for the second kill to follow through. A 4 versus 2. But yeah, I'll have to watch the replays back on that one. So I'm really curious to see why they hit the pause button. That could have been what happened, but Anaturn is ready for the challenge to come on through. He said how he had such a good game back on play day 1. Has got to go big here. Gets one for himself. Turns it for the second. Will he make it 3? No, he won't. Crouching underneath his nose is Rek, who's equally having a brilliant game. Up to 4-2 now. The plant is going down. Shurip to rescue it all. Uh-oh. Left a little bit exposed. It's a 1v1 with 30 seconds to play. And the pre-fire's there. Shurip closing out what looked like a 1 round for the side of Scars.
Scars are going to be kicking themselves. There's no two ways about it. Cully, I think, voices that in the old chat there. OMG. Didn't expect to be turning that one over, Cyclops, but they did get the job done. Look, it was a great finish from them. You know, Anaturn just going big with a couple of kills there when they needed it most. It brings it down to the 1v1. Shurip closes it out. And the Scars just seemed a little bit lost at sea there, to be honest with you. Again, it was just another one of them rounds whereby sort of at the point where they were forced to play siege and not go for the rush, not play into, you know, that original plan. Which, you know, as you've quite rightly pointed out, may have been a mistake on their part. We'll have a look when we watch that back. Yeah, it's, you know, it's a great win for Cyclops and a tough one for Scars to stomach.
I've got the stream up on my second screen. I'm going to watch as that comes back out again because something had to have happened to lead to a pause. I don't think it was like bait. I think something happened that paused the whole attack, and I'll have a look in a minute and see what happened because, yeah, fair play to them. Scars managed to turn that into a 5v3 by completely changing the angle of their attack. They moved from pushing on the mining window. They moved out towards White Stairs. For a team to be able to completely pivot their approach in the middle of a round is really impressive. You know, you see so many teams spend so much time trying to make one angle work that it's clearly not going to work, and it ends up looking like a really bad round. But I think to acknowledge it when you do and to turn things around is a sign of a really good and well-composed team. And we know this is Scars, right? They've been in the game for a long time. This core roster has been together for God knows how long now. They've got that experience, and it's why historically they've always had that one-up over CAG. As this is going, though, Cyclops are looking like a team that can get this done. They're up 3-1, Tim. It's been a good half for them.
It really has so far, hasn't it? They're absolutely dominant so far. Scars have got, you know, 1 round that's been a rush. Other than that, they haven't been able to get anything over the line. Cyclops looking very comfortable on the defense, and in all honesty, I don't see that changing for them on the attack either, because as we've said, this is a map that, you know, personally they favour. They enjoy playing here, so yeah, you'd expect them to come in with a good game plan ahead of them. We'll of course get this rehost taken care of just as quickly as we can and be back on in. If anything, you know, if this kind of helps anybody at the minute, you've got to say that it's Scars, just to break that momentum. 3 rounds in a row for Cyclops now, even in situations like that last round where they had serious man advantage, still not getting it done. You know, they need something to put the brakes on this runaway train that is Cyclops at the minute.
I've watched the replay back. He doesn't put the Aurora down onto the window in front. I mean, it's fully smoked off, but doesn't want to move. Maybe they learned there's a player somewhere where they didn't know and they were worried about that. But his Aurora count does go down to 2 for about 10 seconds and then comes back up. But I didn't see him pick Aurora up. Is it recharge? Am I just being dumb and dense?
You get 4.
But then why is he gone from 3 to 2 then back up to 3?
I didn't see that bit.
Yeah, that's what's confusing me a bit. That's why I'm now like questioning the existence of life itself. I'll check in a bit. It's fine.
Answers will be brought. Don't worry about that.
We demand answers.
Scars are going to be demanding answers. Scars are
Well,
going to be demanding
apparently,
answers. Really. Sorry, go on, Tess. Go on.
I'm definitely demanding answers as well because we've got a bit of a longer rehost going on, so we are going to throw to a short break. Back with you in a couple.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까. Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 썸도 아닌 썸을 타며 행복한 줄로. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know we're gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까 품에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language, I know we're gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard. I know 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아. 어렵지 않아. 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도. Guess like I've never guessed before. 나 좋아하는 건 맞아. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know we're gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까 품에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language, I know we're gonna be alright. I know we're gonna be alright.
Thanks for sticking with us, guys. We are back into things, and as you can see, Scars had a tack time out there at the back end of that technical pause into a tactical pause. And they realize, oh, guys, we can't be dropping this many rounds now. We need to get some more on the board. It looking like Cyclops, at least with how they've been playing, could be able to get a pretty substantial half out of this one. A 5-1 would be a dream, Tim, but my money is on a 4-2.
Yeah, well, I think I'm backing 5-1 at the minute, unless Scars can change something significantly, because Cyclops have just had all the answers. You know, Scars have tried to kind of rush plan. That worked in round 1, didn't work in round 4, fell apart with a man advantage. They just seem to be kind of all at sea at the minute without any real answers, whereas Cyclops are looking organised, they're looking, you know, efficient, and they're winning gunfights, and they're even winning out the rounds as you need to do, you know, as a top team, whereby they're at man disadvantage and the sort of backs to the wall, they're still getting the job done. So I'm backing Cyclops at the minute to carry on here. We'll see how the break has affected them. I think it's a smart move from Scars to tag the tactical timeout on the back of it as well, just to extend that break, get that opportunity to have a talk with your coach. Obviously can't do that during the technical rehost, but they can then, you know, have that extra time to try and break things down and just keep Cyclops sat cold for a little bit longer as well. We'll see whether that has any significant impact.
Absolutely. Well, it's more of the same, really, coming out of the side of Scar. That's a CAG, sorry. More leaning in towards the Mute and the Mozzie. Pulls back on side once again, like we saw in one of our earlier rounds. No Valkyrie. Instead, that's been swapped away for the Kaid. So focusing somewhat on the denial game here as well. Wanted to keep those walls locked up nice and tight, and probably for good measure too, because on the side of Scars, Well, no one's brought any Harpreets. They don't care about getting walls open up for this site, Tim. They want top floor control. They want to put the book to good use. And look at the number of nades coming in. A C4 to help as well. That is beautiful cover for Shurip, who gets the entry, and then his teammate gets a kill with the C4. Great bit of team play. Fish-like across this top floor, now in towards Cocktail. Establishes some control, but there is yet another C4 kill. 2 thrown, 2 kills found, and there is still one more in back pocket.
Shurip has absolutely no business whatsoever getting that first kill. There was red grenade indicators all over his screen. There was flashes. There was so much utility coming in towards that position. So to casually just go around the corner and flick onto the rappel on white stairs and get the kill is just, it's unreasonable is the best way that I can probably put it. You know, you got to calm down, Shurip. But brilliant from him. 4v2 now. Scars are taking the time that they've got. They're trying to use it. They've got top floor control, so they can at least try and find something. They need a cheap kill or two, essentially, so they can get themselves back into this round. But honestly, I think it's a big ask from here. Cyclops almost certainly win this out. We can see the diffusers down cold as well. That was the kill from Shurip out of that window. So, you know, great stuff from Cyclops. And I think it's back to the drawing board again for Scars.
Definitely, as you sort of said, 2 smokes, a C4, pulse. They know everything you're doing from this point forward. And sure, you might be able to get a sniff onto them with the IQ, but to then convert that into kills is a whole nother conversation. Smoke coming out on towards the reading stairs here, and they're looking for ghosts at this point, Tim. They know there's a player downstairs. They just don't know exactly where he is. And it was Anaton. He's now worked his way up towards red, so no real concerns come on that. Getting themselves in a spot to try and plant here. Well, sure, he's kind of crept his way forward. He could try and... Never mind.
He'll try nothing, Des. Shurip takes him
Never
down.
mind.
Anaton with the final kill of the round, and that is going to be Cyclops. Even after the long break, even after the time spent sitting waiting, the lack of momentum, they carry on where they left off. 4 rounds in a row now, find themselves 4-1 up. Honestly, I think this is a 5-1 half, and the Cyclops are cruising towards victory right now.
Only being, if he started planting there, he probably gets his head tucked low enough that he doesn't get headshot. Possibly. I wouldn't put the house on it, but I'd say there's a pretty good chance he doesn't die in that spot. They obviously thought they were safe because of the smoke grenades that had been tossed out, and they were like, cool, no one can be planting there right now, although he did manage to get into a good spot, just couldn't quite find any kills off the back of it. The 4-1 to Cyclops, down to the kitchen we go to cook up what could be, as you say, Tim, that 5-1 half. What a dream it would be for Cyclops.
Yeah, it really would be. Couldn't ask for anything more, really. And I think, you know, against a team like Scars, realistically, something like a 6-0 is, you know, few and far between. It's not a realistic ask. 5-1 is, you know, really unusual. So, yeah, Cyclops are certainly in the driving seat at the minute, especially if they can get this last round. Going to be down in kitchen. Last time around, there was a big double kill from Chibisu coming out of VIP. He's going to be playing the same position. Again, doesn't have a deployable shield to take cover behind. Will have the shotgun, I would imagine, to play that sort of close angle. But how about this? There's just nothing at the minute that Scars can do right. Wishoy is down, he's out, and that is the sense. Does it get any worse? You want those light screens to be able to block off VIP, to be able to block off Chibisu down there, and now it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, and obviously the major problem being with no Brava on side to deal with the evil eyes. Like, it just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? It is not looking good. Scar's going to have to try and recover this in some way, shape, or form. But at this point, I imagine CAG being a little bit emboldened and happy to play out around the map. Very different to when they played it previously, when they were sat very deep on site and gave the map over to the side of Scars. For example, Shuri's up on the 3rd floor. You had, at least for a second ago, DD as well up on 2nd floor. They're happy to challenge, happy to try and waste a lot of time here. And Scars could yet find themselves losing another couple of players.
The problem now is without that sort of, you know, primary point of the strategy, without the sense, they have to start taking risks. They have to take gunfights without that cover, for example. They have to move into different positions than they might otherwise, for example. So now things start changing. They have to play on the fly a little bit more, and that's where Cyclops can really take advantage. There you go. Shurip has got up, got behind them, and they were trying to deal with the flanks, and they were hit by a flank.
What a surprise. Like I say, he's very happy to play out there and be aggressive and waste a lot of time for them upstairs. He's done exactly that. DD got himself a kill, has also been down in the process, but it's far from the end of the world. It's definitely looking like that 5-1 half that we thought we might. Shurip is still dug in up here, by the way, so this is looking pretty damn miserable. And DD, our Cully and Irrigator have gone to try and get him up, and then he's died to the trash. That's excellent. Oh, Excellent. Truly excellent.
I just checking on DD, making sure he's all right.
Sure, mate. Do you want to just like shuffle to the left a little bit? Yep, nice one. Cool. Cheers, mate. Good job.
Shuri will find himself involved in a trade, but that's absolutely fine as far as Cyclops are concerned. They'll play the trade game all round long. Fishlight moving down with the fuse shield, so he's got to go pistol. It's going to be very, very difficult. As you can see, all these players now are just playing based on contact. As soon as one fires, the other one swings. And there it goes. Out with by Chibisu. There was the Elamine as well to deal with. The Gusmot goes off, tells him that the presence is there. The swing comes from this army at the same time. Job done. 5-1 Cyclops, and they are looking comfortable.
Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, Scars have really got to work something magic on the defense. And Tim, yeah, again, 2 hours for a game of Siege. You could very well see Scars being absolute shutouts on the defense here, and they give nothing to CAG, but you know where the momentum currently sits. It's going to be a tall order for Scars to be able to rescue so many rounds to force this through into towards something like overtime. If they get 6 in a row, of course, they take all 3 points, but that is looking very, very unlikely. So our bands come on through. 2 architects taken away. The castle being preferred over the Azami is a really interesting pick, but I think with the presence of Aruni that we were speaking about earlier, think back to the old school on Cafe when you'd have like Castle and Aruni being used for lockdown, for example, Cigar Doorway in towards Pixel. There's just so many uses for it. I think they don't want to deal with that pairing more than anything else.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think you're right there. You always know that it's going to be tough, and Scars, they need things to not be as tough as much as possible. So they're going to be looking to go reading to kick things off. I think it generally is, you know, one of the strongest sites on Cafe for defenders. So it'll be a case of holding on to top floor for a little while, as long as they can, and then dropping away. They need to burn utility, and they need to burn players. They need to burn man count as the round progresses to give themselves the best chance of holding on to this site. Looking at what is coming up against them from Cyclops, they've got the gridlock to close off the flanks, so they are fully expecting to take top floor control. They've got the ram from Sharif. They've got the Dokkaebi to help them do that. So it's all looking pretty good from Cyclops so far.
All right, onwards we press. Let's see what they can show us on the attacking side. Also got to speak a bit about like the rise of gridlock, by the way, because it seems like every team around the world is running the death out of that operator at the minute, despite it being really, really slow. And personally, the gun is the best in the game. It's just that she brings so much with the frags and also with the tracks. Like, what more could you ask for? I think since increasing the number of tracks up to 4, it's just made us so potent and powerful. More and more teams are starting to run her.
Yeah, I think she's actually really well balanced at the minute. Like you say, you know, with the gun not being amazing, but plenty of utility. She doesn't overstep into that, you know, area of absolutely essential every single round, and it's just so powerful. But yeah, is very, very useful when brought along. So yeah, I think you know, very well positioned at the minute. It feels for gridlock, but as it stands, Cyclops have not got themselves inside of the map yet. Everybody is still out there. Sharif will pick up Fishlight, though. Big loss to lose somebody from, I would assume, up on the rooftop.
All right. Start things out. It's never a bad one with a kill. I mean, it's for CAG. It starts to get the winning ways going. For Scars, it's going to start putting some nerves in you, I think, especially losing the Goyo early on. You can be more aggressive with. The gadgetry is already deployed. You can be that roaming gun, and the Vector is an absolute beast. Highest rate of fire in the game. It's a headshot machine when you get yourself that spray from the chest upwards. A second coming, firing the man. Still got a third one, sorry, in the back pocket of the Valkyrie too. CAG, although they started out with the entry, have now bled 2 kills. It's not looking good. Make it a third as our Cully's also down.
Yeah, looking way better from Scars on the defense so far. DD going down means it's all up to Sharif effectively. 1 versus 4. Cut down by Washoi. Going to be the end of the round, and Scars looked very, very comfortable despite that wobbly start with losing the entry kill. They were able to just dig in absolutely no problem, and I think we could have a little bit of a run back on the cards here, Des.
Nah, come on, Tim. Come on.
I think we might.
Nah, come on now.
I think we might.
No. It's Cyclops, mate. They'll just find a round where they'll just all run shields and just charge through, and it'll be game over. Trust me. They ain't the kind of team to let these sort of things slip, I don't feel.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
So saying that, we remember the generational bottle that we had at the Mexico Major all those years ago.
We do.
That was pretty spectacular.
We had front row seats for that one.
That was spectacular. For those who missed it, it's when they were against Team One, who of course were eventually going to go on to win the whole thing, weren't they? They had to win by a very specific scoreline to not get eliminated.
I think they just needed. They just needed it. They needed. Was it 3? I think they needed 3.
7-2 was the scoreline the Team One were looking for.
7-2.
And it finished 7-2. And then they had a replay on Chalet where Team One very decisively won. It was crazy.
They just couldn't win that third round. They just needed one more round. They just needed 3 in the whole
we did
map.
also then see that generational drop shot from Anaton on the Monty. And everyone was like, wait, you can do that with Monty? It was bonkers. That was old Consulate as well, actually, back in the day.
It was, yeah. It was a hell of a game. It was a hell of a game, was that one. I think Mexico Major, what, 2021, I think?
It was 2021, it was, yep.
Yeah, 2021.
The throes of COVID, we couldn't go there, could we? We were casting online for that one.
No, that was it. We were working from home at like 2 in the morning for the. It was. I think it got to about 1:30 after the end of the first map that they played, and we were like, surely it can't go to 7-2 in a replay. It's 7-2 in a replay, and we were like 2 a.m. kicking things off. It was a bit of a wild one.
An experience for sure. Now, here we go. Dropping down towards red. Anderson's already started his march on 4. Do they know about Irrigator below them on red? Hopefully they do. They're trying to get fast control here. Move their way. I thought he was on red. My bad. Actually, he's at the very bottom of red. I thought he had himself positioned slightly below them, but no. I think he just stepped across a little bit to stiff any drones come in. But wasn't going to try and challenge up there himself. He's far more worried about the site itself. And why do you need a drone when you have an Anaton? Is charging his way through this whole top floor, making sure it's clear. And I'm pleased to confirm it is indeed clear.
Nobody from Scars is playing in VIP, so that would suggest that they're not really expecting a freezer push too much. We would almost always have somebody playing inside of there. Whether somebody's going to relocate as the round goes on, maybe Irrigator from Bar, but this is smart. You've got Choppy moving in there. That's kind of what I expected. There we go. Because otherwise they were leaving a big gap for Cyclops to walk in through. But nope, Scars, they've got their eye on the ball. They've got the barbed wire out. They've got the smoke in place. They are ready to go for the fight on that side. Halfway through the round, Cyclops really should be opening up this floor by now, but it's not happening just yet. They're about to start, but time could become a factor.
I guess because the hatch is already opened as well. Like, they haven't got to worry about playing that little mini games. They've got a little bit more time to play with here. The question is, what they're doing off the back of that first dock can be cool, because the answer now seems to be rushing in towards VIP, but out towards your left, there's a player behind you as well. How on earth is the player at the bottom of Brown not helped out there? Anaton went dangerously low, did have a second player behind him supporting him. Maybe that's what Saw was sure he'd dip away, but he's let the Blitz get away with a bit of a freebie there, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and loser, I've already spoken about VIP and why it's so important. You can cover that angle into Freezer from there. Cyclops going big here. Arcully managing to get another, just running away. He can't get the reload. He just desperately wants more bullets, Des. And he manages to keep himself alive. Fishlike realised that he was just getting reeled in a little bit up red stairs there. Pulled into a bad spot, so he dips away. But Chibisu manages to find Washoy. Cyclops surely have the round here. 5 versus 2. 3 of them are low health. DD has diffuser in hand. Is not yet quite in a position to plant. He's trying to get there and will do now. Does he choose to start putting it down though? Yes. Rek manages to find 1 2v4. Plant going down.
Here comes from behind as well. And no, there's no cover. Where's the cover? Sean afraid. Yes, there is from Chibisu, but there's 5 seconds to go. He starts picking it. Fishlike finds 1. He's off on towards the Yo guys as well. This could be all over, Tim. They get the blast, but he misses. No, the cover being there, the pillar blocking it out by a matter of pixels. Fishlike now got to win out of 1 versus 2. Steps in, tries to find 1, almost dies to the second. What the hell is the end to this round, Tim? Has even got red pings helping him out here. Couldn't quite find his man, but they are both a bullet from death. It doesn't matter what gun he uses here, Tim. He's got to tickle them, but he simply cannot do it. Cyclops get away with it, thanks to a slightly misplaced yokai not quite getting off the blast they need.
Arcully looking for the body block on the scans. He didn't want to risk looking for the yokai and not seeing it, so he thought, I'm just going to try and get in the way instead, and it can stun me first. You got to feel for Fishlike there. I'm 99% sure I'm right in saying this. Arcully and Chibisu are both low health, and he actually hit both of them. When he ends up, now, when he comes through the door, he hit both of them there. But because he was just on the secondary, on the machine pistol, it wasn't enough to find a kill on either of them. I think he did about 10, 12 damage to both of them. And it's like, oh no, if he'd been on like a primary weapon, he kills both of them there without a doubt. But no, couldn't get it done. And Cyclops managed to get themselves onto map point.
heartbreaking for him.
Attackers have discovered the
But yeah,
location of a bomb.
4 rounds in a row, nothing else will suffice for Scars, and that's even to get to OT. The Cyclops are at the very least guaranteed a point away from their rivals, but they want to break that winning streak that Scars have been going on. They want to start turning those series wins odds in their favor. They want to get this done here and now with a definitive statement of a 7-2 on the favorite map of both teams. And Anderton's moved over towards that Monty. No blitz in this round, but they have stepped away. And interestingly, have taken the Brava, even though there is no Maestro on side. No doubt got eyes on that other ludicrously strong combination of the Malusi and the Fenrir together. It's like hell on earth playing against those two as a combo. I absolutely detest it.
Okay then, Cyclops, what have you got for us in round 9? Can you get this one done here and now, or are you going to let Scars breathe a little longer? Got Rek holding on to Pixel. He's just aware that that window has been opened up, so it dips him back into washroom. Alligator's playing tight on the white stairs, just looking to try and support Rek in that position. Cool as it is, it's all phantom pressure. He's moved away. He's going to be looking to get onto East Rappel. He's, I think, aware of Alligator's position, though. He's just concerned about the possibility of a jump out from there. You can see him certainly focusing up in that direction. So Cyclops paying attention to the details, which you love to see. And now they've got the shield in, and they're going to be working down towards red, and a pressure into mining.
All right. Soy starting one out. A trade back immediately. So good for Chibusu to have the cover there on towards Didi. But Tim, you lose the ram. You want a lot of that vertical control here, and you're now going to start lacking in it. Maybe find yourself with a secondary shotgun to be able to do a bit of work for you, but it's not going to be as easy. Or, of course, you can look towards Shuri with those breaching charges, but not going to have as much opened up as they otherwise would have had that ram still been on side.
Just pinging out the positions of the defenders ahead of him. They know that Rek is playing round about top white in Timber at the minute. He's going to again ping out that position, but you just feel there's not enough support for him from the remaining members of Cyclops here. Brava is going to continue working to take away that gadgetry, looking for the black eye camera, going to feed the intel in, but 1 minute 10 left to go. There comes a point where Cyclops need to go in and start finding kills.
Absolutely. Down to that last 60 seconds or so. They've got that control they needed. All players on the side of Scars down the second floor now dug in. Arcully's just absolutely deleted Fishlight there. Sharif into a second. It's a 4v2 with a Monty still on side. There's only one left standing, Tim. It's Mr. Consistent or inconsistent based on who you asked. But Cyclops, it's a bit too powerful today. They take over and delete their Japanese rivals, and for now at least, hold the crown as the strongest team in Japan.
7-2, what a performance. You would have thought all day long that it would be closer than that, but Scars just weren't at the races today. Unfortunately for them, they got one round on either side, and that was all that they could do. Great performance from Cyclops. They deserve every little bit of that victory they got. It was clinical, to be honest with you. They played so many situations fantastically well. Positioning, strategy, gunfights. They were on top in almost every department.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the rounds the Scars took away, I mean, the one we saw came off that big 2K off Rek in the post plant as well. Really good round coming out of that. Other than that, it feels like everything has just been Cyclops through and through. Yep. Whether it comes down to the individual moments of brilliance, like Anderton here, 2 beautiful kills that he gets. I think it's around they still don't walk away as the winners of, but it was still pretty beautiful overall. Was this the one where he does find him? No, he does find him, doesn't he? They win the round at the back of it. And again, same round, another big 2K out of another player. Also the team play that they've shown throughout it as well. The adaptation in the defensive strategies they've got. You know, Mutant Mossy was a big part of it for them, but they've shown multiple different lineups throughout. On the attacking side, it was more of the same domination. Just really good performance from them. And I think quite deservedly now, probably going to be considered one of our strongest teams in the competition.
Yeah, this is it. You know, you start looking forward, and if we look to the next play date, Cyclops have got Fear X. So, you know, what better time to come in with a performance like that? Fear X, of course, you know, having a difficult day against Enter Force today. They got the win, but still, they were challenged. And you look at it now, and I might have said after the first week that Cyclops could struggle in that matchup, but now I think, game on.
That'll be a really fun game because we've had the kind of Japanese El Clasico, and now we get the APAC North El Clasico of those two going against each other. It's going to be class. But I think, again, the big message for me out of today is it feels like you can't look at Scars and go, oh, well, they've got 7-2, therefore they're not competitive. Every team can beat every team because there are so many games today have been ludicrously close. It could have gone either way, but at the end of the day, it feels like the results have landed the way that many would have expected them to.
Yeah, absolutely. We can have a look through the results of the day as they've gone. If you've maybe not been up quite as early as we have to cover all of these, we had Keenatrope taking points from PSG Talon at the beginning of the day, 7-5. A great game and a good performance from Keenatrope. D plus Kia, that import roster, of course, getting absolutely steamrolled on board by Mer. There's no other way of describing that. Mer absolutely ran through them. 7-2, and then Enterforce really putting FearX to a challenge on Chalet. It was a tough one, but the Korean Super Team got the job done and were able to win 7-5. And then, of course, we've just seen Cyclops run away with the day 7-2. So it's been a bit of a mixed bag, really. 2 12-round games, 2 9-round games. It's, we just don't know what to expect, like you said, Des. The league as well, the standings there showing that any team can do anything in this league.
Absolutely. And speaking of standings, well, we can now take a look at how things actually stand in the group overall. It's almost like things haven't changed from a couple of years ago, Tim. It's FearX and CAG sat at the very top. I think the surprise pick for everybody will be seeing Mer there in third place. Again, from a single game today, they got more rounds than they did in the entirety of the last stage. Big showing from them. Very much enjoying seeing their roster changes, and I'm very looking forward to seeing how their future play days go. D plus Kia and Scars, the two teams, of course, that got hammered today, it's fair to say. No one can look at those two teams and say, oh, they're going to keep on getting hammered. They're simply not good enough for this league. They're two of the best teams that we've got, which is why we keep on saying the league feels so ridiculously competitive. I'm really excited to see how it goes. As we work our way down a little bit further, I think for PSG Talon, it's fair to say, Tim, we've got to see a little bit more out of them next week.
Yeah, we really do. Next play, of course, is on Thursday. We've got the pleasure of covering it, Des. So we just get to enjoy this more and more and more.
And I cannot wait for it. And we've got a good few days that we're casting throughout this stage, so I'm looking forward to seeing how it develops and moves on further. Of course, again, that reminder, our top 4 teams go through to the APL major qualifiers, which combines Asia, OS, and APAC North. That's going to be very, very fun to see when it comes round to that. But for now, our day is done. Have a wonderful rest of your Sunday, and we'll catch you on the next broadcast. See you later.
涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜も太窓に映ったまだどこか戸惑った顔このまま遠く離れてゆく街も君もさよならなんだ夢を追いかけ争っていた自分勝手だね君が言った刺さる言葉孤独の中リピートするふんわり風が飲み込んでゆく夜の電車が心地よくて期待してんのバカみたい今はまた涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる何もかもを捨てたかった憂鬱なあの日々も騒ぎ始めた胸の中の答えを探す旅に出よう流れ星を追い越してくスピードで絶えないメロディー夢が枯葉のように宙に徘徊セオリー私なんだったっけ見えなくて鳴るザトのクラクションだって慣れてきたけれどあの日の約束はかき消せないのパノラマの空覗いてみる夢の続きを描いてくどんな時も忘れないで私の色を塗って君が残したエメラルドブルーこんなに綺麗 よ